no one says anything. I walked right past the North Miami shop and walked in the Publix, and I was halfway in the produce section. I'm like, I realized it. I didn't get one, but it's only. About a zoning?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it. It's on the other side of the track.
Yeah.
I don't know. I asked Mario about it. I guess we can talk about it. It's from multifamily to mixed use. It looks like they want to put in one of those living retail, blah, blah, blah. It's one block in from Biscayne. It's a big block. Well, at its lowest, it's by this way. Yeah. It's at its southeast corner, I guess. It's a short block. It's at an angle there. Biscayne is off at an angle, so it's like it looks really far in. But it's right behind that big. It's right behind that. If it makes them hit. Yeah, exactly. Go over there.
Yeah, I'll let you in right now.
Cheap golden bag. No. Those two items are separate. I'm not put this together. It's in front.
I'm gonna let everybody in. Yes. Yeah, it says joining. Okay, Rosette, let's. Commissioner, we're going to start.
Good evening. It is off the volume.
You should be good.
Is that on?
Now it is.
Hello, Trump City. This is our virtual meeting of May 4th. And we got Roseanne to call the roll, please. Roll call. Mayor Gonzalez.
If you're speaking to me, I can barely hear you. You're breaking up badly and it's coming in and out. So I cannot understand anything you're saying. So if it's me, I'm here.
Let's start over.
I can't hear you.
Robbins? Yeah. Like yourself. We need to hear you. Here. Commissioner McDonald Kelly? Commissioner Benson? Yeah. Pledge of allegiance. Okay, Dan, would you please lead us in the pledge of allegiance? Are there any additions and deletions or withdrawals of the agenda? Yes, I have one, Madam Mayor. I'd like to, 9E, I want to have it for discussion. I want to take it off the consent agenda and have a discussion on it.
Can you say the sound quality for Zoom attendees is unintelligible? Sorry to interrupt, but the sound quality is, we cannot hear a thing. We cannot participate if that's how it is today. Apologies for interrupting, but.
So,
You all need to turn your speakers off. I think that's the issue. The sound is coming out of your speakers and then going into the microphone.
No. Off. Make sure you hold the mic close to you.
okay, I would like to have, discussion on it. I want to have the consent agenda. Yes.
Mario, you got to get this fixed.
Everything's set up the way it should be.
We have a motion to accept the agenda.
Mario, if
We could
everything's,
hear Mario when you said it was set up. We could hear that.
yeah, Mario, if everything is set up right, how is it that you and Roseanne can speak at the same time? I think that only one person can speak at one time and nobody else should, either microphone or speaker or anything should be on other than one microphone at a time. Because right now, this is just not working at all. Today is the worst ever.
It's not possible to. So I
Still can't hear you, my friend. Still can't hear you, so I don't know.
I don't have a solution. I'm sorry, I don't know what. All the microphones are working.
Okay, nobody else hears me but Jared?
Well, you're the best one so far, Judy. It's the mask. It's the mask that's helping.
Oh, it's the microphones. I'm sorry to speak up too. It's the microphones. When you're doing single, you need a single source for sound in a room. You can only have one. You can't have all of these are going to cause reverb.
Right.
You got to ditch the microphones.
Do, 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 do.
They'll be muted, but
The way the system works is the audio from the microphones is pumped through a channel. So there's a source. The only solution that we can do is eliminate the microphone and we have to go originally in the room. Allow one person to talk at a time.
I think that's what we should do, just take the mics away and just have a go. And we're gonna mute everybody.
Is everyone in front of an individual laptop?
Can you hear me now? Roseanne? Okay. Okay, Roseanne? There's a motion on the floor to accept the changes made by Dan Samari and seconded by Judy.
Hey, it's working perfect now.
Roseanne?
Whatever you're doing, keep doing
You
it.
hear me? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Is anyone at home hearing anything we're saying?
Any opposed?
Now,
Yeah.
yes. Now,
Art, are you hearing us?
yes,
Okay.
now I am.
We have a proclamation, Mario, and we have present Doug Tannehill. You want to take over on that?
Absolutely, Mayor. Thank you so much. Let me just make sure everybody else is muted. Tonight, we'd like to present Doug Tannehill with this plaque for his outstanding citizen and volunteer as a board member of the Planning Advisory Board, an essential extension of the village government. We want to thank you again for your service to the village of Biscayne Park.
Thank you very much. Please shut your eyes now.
Thanks for coming, Doug. Bye-bye. Virginia's gone now. So Mario might
Thank you very much. Okay, we have a proclamation for Municipal Court Clerks Week. Can everybody hear me? Yes, okay. Whereas the office of the professional municipal clerk, a time-honored and vital part of local government, exists throughout the world. And whereas the office of the professional municipal clerk is the oldest among public servants, and whereas the office of professional municipal clerk provides the professional link between the citizens, the local governing bodies, and agencies of government at all other levels. And whereas professional municipal clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality and impartiality, rendering equal service to all. And whereas the professional municipal clerk serves as the information center on functions of local government and community. And whereas professional municipal clerks continually strive to improve the administration of the affairs of the office of the professional municipal clerk through participation in education programs, seminars, workshops, and the annual meetings of their state, provincial, county, and international professional organizations. And whereas it is most appropriate that we recognize the accomplishments of the office of the professional municipal clerk. Now, therefore, it be resolved that I, Virginia O'Halpin, Mayor of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, joined by the entire commission, do hereby issue a proclamation calling to recognize the week of May 2nd through May 8th, 2021 as Professional Municipal Clerks Week, and further extend appreciation to our professional municipal clerk, Roseanne Prado, and to all professional municipal clerks for the vital service they perform and their exemplary dedication to the communities they represent, dated the 4th of May, 2021. Yes, thank you, Roseanne. Okay, we have Safety Watch Group, Jill Gruchin.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jill Gruchin-Dodero, and I'm here today because I want to let everyone know that I'm heading up our neighborhood watch, which used to be led by Chuck Ross. You can't hear me? Nobody can hear me? Here, let me see.
I hear you perfectly, Jill.
Oh, okay.
Zoom can hear you 100%.
Okay. So just the people in the log cabin can't hear me? Can anyone hear me? Can the log cabin hear me? Okay. Everyone can hear me now? All right. So I'll start over. My name is Jill Gruchin-Dodero. I'm here to let everyone know that I'm heading up the Neighborhood Watch program that we have in Biscayne Park. It used to be headed by Chuck Ross, and he has moved away. I'm heading it up now. We are working under the purview of the Citizens Crime Watch of Miami-Dade County. Tomorrow there's a meeting between the county group, and I will be participating in that. But I wanted to let everybody know how to sign up for the group. This is a group that focuses on safety in the neighborhood by getting neighbors to communicate with each other, fostering friendly relationships between neighbors, and also amongst residents and the police. This is a way for the police to communicate with residents. If they see fit, they can disseminate information through our group. And I'm going to hold up a contact sheet. I don't know if I can share a document here, but I'm going to hold this up. So this is our contact information. If anyone at home wants to like do a screenshot or something, there's a QR code that you can scan with your phone's camera. And that way you can fill in your contact information for me. And then there's also my email address, which is BP as in Biscayne Park, safetywatch@gmail.com. I'm going to be holding some meetings and events to discuss neighborhood safety and different issues. Penciling in the first event date for May 27th, which is a Thursday, about 6 o'clock outside in the park by the rec center, but this is in the planning stage, so I will give everyone further information about that. So hopefully I will be getting in touch with everybody. Anyone can let me know if they want to join, email me, call me. My cell phone number is 786-878-4019. You can text me, you can call me. Please keep it during regular business hours, or email me at bpsafetywatch.com, sorry, bpsafetywatch@gmail.com. Thank you very much, and I look forward to furthering the safety in our neighborhood.
Thank you. I'm going to open public comments related to agenda items. Wave your hand or raise your hand if you want to speak. Roseanne, I couldn't hear you.
Is it my turn? Sorry. Good evening. I'm Jenny Reed. I live in Biscayne Park, 820 Northeast 115th Street. I had two comments for this evening. One is I see that the proposal is to not accept the FDOT's current plan for 6th Avenue, and I am in support of that. I've given a lot of feedback at the workshop, but just wanted to reinforce that I think that is the right decision to not proceed with the plans as they were shared. So I hope that that's what happens tonight. Secondly, I also see that there's a proposal for vision work on the Ed Burke recreational space, which I think is very exciting to see that we would embark on that. However, I didn't understand how they can come up with a plan when I'm not really clear as a resident what the vision for that space is. And so I'd love to understand from this commission goal, purpose, vision as a community, and then it makes a lot of sense to hire someone to bring that to life. But I'm not so sure if we have a shared vision of what that is or how to contribute to what that might be. So I'm interested to see that go forward and look for an opportunity to participate in providing feedback with that. And that was it.
Thank you. Laurie Mertz.
Hi, that's me. I'm at 741 Northeast 114th, and I am on the agenda as an alternate for possible appointment to the Public Art Advisory. I just wanted to introduce myself. I've come to know many of you thanks to Zoom and the virtual world during the last year in COVID. And I just wanted to let you know that I'm a 30-year arts administrator, educator, and curator. I was the curator of the Miami Art Museum for 12 years, which is now known as the Perez Art Museum, Miami. I left Miami for about 12 years after that to go to the Philadelphia to head up the Fabric Workshop and Museum, and then Moore College of Art and Design, which is the only college of art and design founded for women by women in the 1800s. And then I was also at the National Museum of Women in the Arts. I just really wanted to give you a sense of who I am, as a curator and sort of some of my credentials regarding that position. And here to answer any questions if you have any.
Okay, thank you. David Raymond.
Hi, good evening. Thank you. I know you have a packed agenda. I'm going to speak quickly, and then I'm sharing my computer tonight with Amy, so she's going to be speaking as well. So on item 9D, the tree grant, first of all, let me say I'm very happy and relieved that Mario is handling that this year. The only thing that I did want to say is that the deadline for the planting is in June, I think the 25th. Last year, we requested an extension. Last year was a little crazy. But it does sometimes take a while for the vendor to locate the trees. And last year we had to do 4 amendments by the time it got done. So I know I fully support the item in the contract. I would just suggest that we take advantage of the provision and request an extension just in case everything isn't done, because I know there still needs to be procurement for the vendor, which also I appreciate the fact that Mario will be handling this year. On item 11C, the drainage, I want to thank you. I know you've heard from me for the last 6 years that we've lived here about fixing this drain, who some of you have come to call my drain. It is not my drain, it is the village's drain, it is your drain. And I thank you for finally repairing and replacing that drain. On 12A, on the land development item, I think that's great. I would like to suggest that when it comes to the landscape code part of that whoever's doing the planning consults with the Parks and Parkway Board. I think we would be a good resource for that. Although I know this is going to be, for what people are doing on their private property, but I'm sure we'd like to see some language, at least I would like to see some language in there related to native trees and things like that. Finally, on the FDOT project, I think you're making a good recommendation to walk away from that at this point. It wasn't well thought out and conceived, and I think that it needs more input from the village residents. And with that, I'll turn it over to Amy, who wants to say a word too.
Oh, I only want to say one word. I just want to thank Mario for finally, listening and fixing the drains in Biscayne Park for the good of all. It's been very crazy during storms here. And I'm just really happy that finally we're going to be really taking care of our village. We've come it seems like we're coming a long way in such a short time. And I just want to thank everybody in the administration for all of their hard work and determination and brain power. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I saw Jane before. Are you still on, Janie?
Me? Thanks, Roseanne.
Yeah, I saw your hand raised.
Jamie Anderson, 11th place and 119th Street. Regarding the proposed changes to the code procedure, splitting the village into 40 sections, my concern is what happens when the code officers are concentrating on one area? Will there no longer be regular patrolling of the entire village? Because it would seem that things then can go on that might be missed by the time the officers get there. And I know there's a lot of hope that we can put an end to the frequent complaint that, well, gee, why did I get a citation? And the guy down the street seems to have done the same thing. I don't know that this will solve that because code can't always be an exact science. So I have a feeling that's a complaint that's never going to go away. Well-intentioned, though I know Mario is with the amnesty program, that's something I really do have a lot of issues with. If you go back decades, our permit process could basically be described as informal. There wasn't a building department, and over the years, records have been lost, they've been purged. There are things that require a permit now that did not require a permit back then. So it seems rather unfair to expect someone to pull a permit decades later and eat that sort of charge, and our permits aren't exactly cheap when it wasn't required back then. Same thing with people who bought homes that many owners ago may in fact have done work without permits. Again, they didn't commit the crime. It doesn't seem fair to hit them with the bill. And as far as current work being done without a permit, to allow those property owners to pay only the single permit fee, no double fee, no citation, is unfair to those who just in the past few months have been assessed the double permit fee and the citation. And my concern is it sort of encourages bad behavior, because if you think the worst that can happen if you get caught doing work without a permit is, well, you're going to pay the same thing you would have paid anyway, I think you'll find a percentage of people who will gladly take that risk. So I sort of hope this commission would consider, by consensus, of course, asking that the manager not go forward with this particular program. Now, as far as having the planners involved in our land use development changes, that needs to happen from square one. Think about how well the 6th Avenue workshop went because they were there. You've got to have professional, unbiased facilitators from the very first workshop on out. Having a plan for over at the rec center is a great idea. That is the best way you're going to be able to plan a budget. And that is the only way you can be sure that every phase of that project is going to work together. Thanks.
Mayor, I don't see anybody else. Oh, Gage.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Can you hear me? Everyone? All right. Hi, I was just there a minute ago, so magically I'm home. First, I want to say thank you very much to the commission and manager for the acknowledgement of Doug Tanhill. As a fellow board member of his, I know how hard he worked and how hard our board and other boards work in the village. And sometimes I think there's a lack of acknowledgement of that service that a lot of us do multiple times a month on behalf of the village. So thank you very much for acknowledging Doug. I do appreciate that. Regarding the agenda for tonight, just a quick couple things. The garbage containers, one of the things that was discussed at the last planning and zoning, which I don't know if it made it to the attorneys, was that now that all of our garbage is picked up in the front, our code is limiting the people that have alleys, and they're requiring them to put cutouts in their fences for garbage pickup in the alleys. And I believe the village has basically abandoned that practice. So if we're going to be amending the garbage part of our container part of our code, we should eliminate the requirement for a cutout for garbage pickup or for garbage cans for an alleyway that we're no longer requiring garbage to be picked up in. So the planning board did discuss this at our last meeting, and we put forward the recommendation that be addressed and taken care of at the same time. We're requiring people to do work that's not necessary. Regarding the code enforcement, I'm very much in favor of the dividing up the village and concentrating on each section, bringing it into compliance. And that way, you know, the entire argument of that the fairness would be equally distributed. And eventually, by the time the code officer works through the village, everyone will be equally enforced than their neighbor. So that should be that. I do like the amnesty program. I know that there are some things to be worked out, but I think it has a great basis. We do have a lot of stuff in the village that is coming up that is either illegal or such, but when residents come in and say, oh, it's been there for 20 years, how do our code officers handle that? How do our village managers and staff handle stuff that is illegal, but it's being said? So anyway, there has to be a happy medium, and I thank you, Mario, for working on that and bringing it to the front. And I think, you know, as you work forward on that, it'll be something that's fair for everybody. Regarding the land development codes, I would recommend that you look at or at least instruct the planners to look at maybe a more descriptive code than the non-descriptive. It would help with the planning and zoning board when we are looking at plans to have things that are very in writing, very definite of setbacks, second story, lot coverage, things like that. It helps instead of having something that is more interpretive. So I would recommend that. And also I would recommend that we do not look at any type of limiting architectural styles in the village, which I don't believe that was the case, but I just had to say that. You know, I also would like to encourage and suggest that the consultation by the planning board, the planners also take into account the planning and zoning board, because right now it says that they're gonna consult with the village staff and commissioners. And as much as I love you guys, the commissioners, I think you should be speaking to people that are more in tune with the code and the needs of the code. So I'd ask that the planning and board be included in the discussion before the actual recommendations are put together. We should be involved in crafting that, since we deal with that on a bi-weekly time. Other thing would be landscaping. I think it's great. We are now with all the new development, we're having issues with people coming in and clearing lots. So I think now is a good time to be really bringing this to the forefront and getting us some language so that we can enforce tree protection when people are developing their properties. So it definitely needs to be addressed, and I highly recommend that. And then finally, I just don't think that the vision plan for the park is a priority at this point. As a previous speaker said, you know, we don't even know what the village wants. And we're now asking people to come up with a vision plan for something that, you know, the public hasn't really done a lot of input on. And I do know that that was one of the things that they were going to ask for. But just the way this village has always been is this is something that we have workshops, charrettes, and we do things like that get a real feel for it. Plus, I also think that we have so much going on right now. Does this really need to be pushed to the front to deal with the Edberg Park right now, which is not really an issue when we have drainage and streets and all other things that are really more of a priority. So thank you for letting me speak, and I'm sorry I went a little long, and thank you for everything. Good night.
Is there anybody else that wants to speak? Barbara Watts.
I have Maria also. I don't know that.
Roseanne, do you have her?
Okay, Barbara, can you unmute yourself, please?
Okay, and
All
I'm
right, thank you.
some of these. I have just two observations for 10B and 12A, and I may have missed something from another meeting, so please forgive me if I really.
Ms. Watts, I apologize. Can you state your name and your address for the record?
Barbara, we can't hear you. Barbara, you're muted
Okay.
again.
Okay, and now okay, here. Now can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Va bene. Okay, so I may be off base on a couple of things that I may have missed from the last couple meetings, but just one thing about item 10B. I wish there were more backup or explanation about the 40-gallon containers, because if we just strike that passage from the code, that means that any size container could go. And we weren't told in the agenda item what the what do you call it, the professional the industry standard is. So I don't know. And what if the industry standard is something that's like, 6 feet tall or 5 feet tall or something, and it's going to be visible from everybody's side yard? And then if we strike the 40-gallon limit from the code without including any new size container, that might allow people to have absolutely enormous, like little dumpsters or something for the garbage containers. And I just wonder if we could guard against that. So I just wished, I'm sure that the commissioners were informed of all of this, but I just didn't get to them in advance. Now, the item 12A, now this what has me confused. I mean, I thought that from the title of it, the description of it, it seems as though this all has to do with the park and the revisioning of what the parking, et cetera, for the park. But then when I read the proposal, it has to do with the entire new land development code and all of this stuff dealing with McMansions and setbacks and everything. So is it the park or is it our new building construction code? Because it seems to me, I don't know when these two projects became folded together. And so I'm just totally confused in that. If it's just having to do with the park, like all the stuff that they put in about setbacks and, landscaping and everything is really not necessary, and the prices are inflated, and the scope of the project is well beyond the purview of just revisioning the park. So if it's the entire building code plus the park, I could understand that, but I didn't think that was in what the agenda item, and the proposal doesn't say that. And also Matt Kennedy's original proposal said that he wanted proposals from various that qualified firms. Well, this is only one proposal. Did we do an RFP? Or, I mean, were there half a dozen proposals, or did we only get one? And if we only got one, why didn't we go out and solicit more proposals? So I think we're just to take this one company with it, and their proposal was filled with all kinds of boilerplate stuff. That I really think that we have to think carefully about that. Okay, that's enough.
Barbara, before you mute yourself, can you state your address for the record, please?
Oh, I thought I did. 720 Northeast 118th Street.
Thank you so much.
And thank everyone at Parks and Parkways for doing, and I think David Raymond did a lot of the yeoman's work on the grant proposals, and so did, of course, Barbara Kuhl as usual. But thanks to all for the work on the trees.
Thank you, Barbara. Roseanne, do you see Bob Anderson? Or?
Yeah, and I have Maria that raised the hand before. I just need your full name.
Sanchez, 11505 6th Avenue. I just wanted to thank the commission for the dialogue around 6th Avenue and for listening to the 6th Avenue residents on the FDOT project on item 12C. I support the current proposed recommendation to decline it. What seemed like a unilateral decision that was managed sort of outside of the purview of the residents. I feel that this commission and Mario are listening and actively seeking the counsel of the residents impacted by the decisions being made. So I just wanted to thank you for the support and continue to voice my opposition to the FDOT 6th Avenue project. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Bobby Anderson.
Yes, I completely support of not going forward with the FDOT's proposal. I think they're trying to rip us off, and it will be an ugly looking mess with all these patches on the road. As far as the garbage container sizes, since technology now is more automated, and it will be more automated in the future, I think we don't need to be in a legislative change where we have to spend a lot of money on the size. I think that could be in something else, like a resolution for the size, but not to have it in an ordinance. Also, we have a problem around the park for parking. Look at the mess around there. We should be getting citations from the code department of the swale maintenance. Instead of going ahead and just looking at that and go ahead and start fixing that parking, we need to have an overall look of what we want to do all around there. There's been talk for many, many years about putting lighting around there for people walking. And there may be other things like having places for water, maybe for their pets, right by the sidewalk as people walking by. You want to be able to tie all those things together, not do one thing, then have to tear it up to do the next. And I want to commend our manager on finally, after all these years, to moving forward for drainage along 9th between 115th and 116th. That has been talked about for more years than I can remember. This definitely needs to be done, and I'm glad to see it on the agenda, and it will be done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that wanted to speak?
I'm looking here, Mayor. Don't see anybody else.
Do you see anybody, Roseanne?
No.
No? Okay, thank you very much. Does any of the commissioners wish to reply to any of the public comments? Commissioner Kennedy?
Yeah, I'd like to say a couple of quick things. Can you all hear me at home?
Yes.
Yeah, folks at home, can you hear me? They're not hearing me at home.
Yeah, she said yes.
They are?
Two.
No?
No, two people said yes.
Anyone hearing me? I'm talking. Is anyone hearing me? Hello, hello, hello.
Let me
No.
mute myself.
You are saying it. Bob Anderson, can you hear me? Yeah, a little bit, he said.
Yeah, I can hear you, but it's low, Mac.
Okay, well, I'm going to talk really loud. Is that better for everybody? I'll hold this up and talk loud. Okay, I want to talk two really quick things. First of all, I just
There
love
you go.
the engagement. I love all the
That's
engagement
better.
from residents all the time. So thanks everybody for coming and chiming in. To Jenny Reed, who spoke about the rec center vision. Jenny, if you go on the village calendar to the last meeting, you can pull up the proposal and see what it was about. It's not a vision for the rec center. It really is a perimeter plan for the rec center. And we'll be discussing it later on tonight. It's a master parking plan is what it really is. We have money in the budget that we need to spend this year on parking, and the proposal is simply to just make sure we have a cohesive plan, as Bob Anderson put so well, so one thing isn't tripping over the other. That's all that is. And then I want to respond to Barbara Watts. Barbara, I did get your email before the meeting and I replied to it, so you can read it later. But the land development code and the rec center project are only combined on the agenda item tonight because they're being discussed by the same people. So we're just putting their two items together. They're not mixed together in any way. One is the rec center perimeter plan and the other one is the land development code. And we are contracted with that company to do this kind of work for us, which is why they're doing the work for us and coming in to talk to us about it tonight. But they are not, we did not meld them together in any way. They're completely separated. And honestly, it confused me. I called Mario when I first got the agenda too, and I said, what's this? And he explained, we put it together just for logistics sake. Okay. Thank you.
Any other commissioners? Commissioner Samari? No? Commissioner Hammelberg?
I just want to, oops, I have to be unmuted. All right. Again, I want to thank the residents for their input. We can't do our job without you guys helping us out. So thank you very, very much.
Okay. Commissioner Gonzalez? Art, do you have anything? Yes.
No, I'm good. No, I'm good.
Okay. Okay, thank you for all your participation. Are there any reports from the commissioners?
Yes, I do.
Commissioner Samaria?
We had on the last commission, can you hear me? Yeah, on the last commission, I think it was this last commission or the commission before, I can't remember what it was, because we have had so many changes. We had for the chicken people that the residents across the streets from the village hall got a variance, which I voted against. And they have not lived up to that variance. So what I like to do is I like to have the city manager address that and see if they are up to code, and if you can give me an update on that.
Sure, Commissioner. From the records that we have on file, the person who obtained the variance did not fully meet the requirements of the variance. And also with regards to the timing, the variance was only for a year, and that time has since expired. So as of right now, there is no variance for someone to have chickens within their property. That's actually against the code that we have. And so they, as code goes and is doing their routine, then they would be able to discuss with the property owner and let them know, give them more than likely a courtesy warning to come into compliance, and then they would be within violation if they don't comply.
Would that mean that they would be able to go back in front of the other board and try to get another variance?
So from my understanding, yes, anybody can apply for a variance at any time for an extension. It's an additional cost for them to be able to do that, and it would have to work its way through, but they're not just granted one just because they had one in the past.
Okay, are there any village board reports? I think Amy Raymond had a report that she wanted to do.
I have some things I'd like to say, Jen. Did all the commissioners get a chance to speak already?
Yeah,
Yeah, they did. Okay, I didn't. That's why I'm just asking for a moment here. Okay, so I have a couple of things that I want to report. First of all, I want to give some kudos because some things are going really nicely around here, and I think we need to always point that out. So first of all, congratulations, Roseanne, on your recognition tonight. We're very well deserved. And I want to say how pleased I am at how the commission meeting agendas are coming together for us on the commission and also for residents at home. I feel like for the first time, I'm feeling continuity from meeting to meeting to meeting. I don't feel the need to chase down to make sure follow-up is coming our way and that things are coming back at the right time. So I want to point out Mario and Roseanne. We're getting our agendas early, and I feel like it's what I expect to be there is already there on the agenda, and I'm not having to ask for it. And that's a very good thing. So thank you for that. I also want to point out that a couple of months ago, when we finished up the probation period for our law firm, that they made a little change. And Ed, I may not say this exactly right, but we pay a flat fee, but Ed is having Valerie take a little more of a lead role. Is that a fair way to put it, Ed? Because of the way things are structured at their firm, and it helps out, in the billing and things. And I just want to say that I'm working more with Valerie now, also dealing with Ed. But things are going really nicely with our attorney too. So I just want to say that I'm really pleased with the way that's working out, Ed. So thank you for offering that option to us. And so far, my experience has been great in that regard. So I just want to point out that those key areas that report to the commission are doing a really nice job. I want to speak about the FAA, and I've been in communication with Mario about this. There is a noise abatement board at the county that we do not have a seat on. And they're a board that works with noise coming out of the airport. At one point, we were given some information that wasn't exactly accurate, that we had a seat on that board. And if you recall, Jenny, we appointed Gage Hartung and
that was not the board that we put Gage on. That was a separate committee that Sally Hayman.
No, we were going to get I know.
But Gage, no, this was not, we always knew we did not have a seat on that board. We checked into it a long time ago.
Right.
And we don't have a seat on that board.
I know we don't have a seat on the board. At one point, we were told we did, and then it turned out it was Key Biscayne and not Biscayne Park. Well, okay, let me move on. So, but there are empty seats on that board. There are a lot of empty seats on that board. And for whatever reason, when the board was formed, the municipalities around our area were all given a seat on the board, but we were not. So we don't have a voice there. And I think we should. So I think we need to try to figure out a way, Mario, if we could, to get Biscayne Park included. There are 3 county commissioners who have not made appointments to that board, according to their website, assuming it's up to date. And there are like 8 or 10 municipalities that have not appointed people to the board either. So there's a board that has an important function, that has an immediate impact on our quality of life right now, and we're not included. So I'm hoping that Mario can find a way to make that happen for us. There's a new mayor over in Miami Shores, interestingly. She reached out to me on Nextdoor. She knows that I've been very vocal about the FAA problems here, and she expressed an interest in trying to support us in some way. So she reached out to me, and we're gonna be talking to her next week. Now, I just wanna give everyone a heads up that it's next month is June. And there are only 5 months left in this fiscal year. So for residents who aren't aware, our fiscal year is October 1st to September 30th. And I want to make sure that the pipeline is always full with important projects for the village. So in June, I'll be bringing 2 things. I have some things on the agenda tonight that are follow-up to things I brought in the past, but I will be bringing 2 more things in June. One will be, we have a driveway ordinance that has been discussed ad nauseum for years. And I'm going to be bringing that back and asking this commission to take a look at what had been discussed about that in the past and possibly make some changes there. We'll see what we all decide to do. And the village also used to have an ecology board that was disbanded. I don't think it ever existed as long as I lived here. If it did, I'm not even aware of it. But given the importance of sustainability and responsible living and the nature of our community here, I think it's very important for us to have that kind of input and perspective on things that we work on in the village. So I'm going to be bringing that back and asking us to look at it possibly in a slightly different way. I've been talking to some residents about it. There's a lot of interest out there in how the village could, a board could give the village input about how it functions, and also possibly to help residents who want to be more responsible citizens and stewards of our earth. So I'll be bringing those things to you guys in the month of June. And if there are residents out there who want to talk to me about them, I'm all ears. Thank you.
Ginny, you're muted.
I'm waiting for Amy to talk.
Oh, I wasn't invited, but thank you for inviting me. So I'm here on behalf of the Public Advisory Board to ask the commission for, I'm sorry, I'm not used to looking at myself, to ask the commission to consider 3 items that we're asking your approval for. The first one is the bench donation form. I don't know if you are used to, if you've had time to read it, but it's simply about, we had always thought about asking the residents residents had asked before, can we donate a bench? So we felt like we didn't need to do that because we were always raising money in the past, and we raised money for 6 benches. And in the last year, George has made 3 more benches from money that we had raised. So we've raised enough for 9 benches. And now we've come to the place where we have a little money in the bank, which we're saving for something special, but we thought it would be a perfect time to offer the community, the residents, an opportunity to donate a bench. And with that bench would come a plaque. They get a plaque, and they can, I think there's 3 lines. It tells you how many words you have. The only thing, and you could say in memory of, you could put your favorite line from a poet, whatever you want, except we are not accepting business advertising. So we're asking for approval of this bench donation form. And it's asking for $500 per bench, which will be a fundraising project for the art board, which will go beyond the cost of the bench and paying the artists, whatever it is. We're going, because we have a plan to do a really fun event that we want to raise some money for. And we're hoping we don't have to ask the residents at that time, to pay for the event. So we'll see how much money we raise. At any rate, there are only 4 benches being offered right now because, there's not that many medians to put benches in. If residents are asking, it isn't for their private home at this time. It's just to put in a median. They have an opportunity to request a median, but that doesn't mean that they'll be able to put it on that particular street or on that median. But they more than they're, of course, they're able to ask for where they'd like to see it placed. So that's the donation form. Are there any questions about that from the commissioners?
Commissioner Samaria.
I'd like to know why the art board doesn't think that the businesses, there's a lot of residents in this big park that have businesses that would love to donate. Because I made an offer in the past and they said they just wasn't doing park benches. I think it's unfair to the businesses that residents to be able to participate.
I mean, I don't think unfair is really an appropriate word here. The reason we decided no businesses was because we don't want advertising around the park. That's pretty much it. Everybody has a different vision for this village. My vision is very much like the people that spoke for the FDOT project, you know, so maybe we're old fashioned, but we want to see this community stay with the vision that we have for it. So yeah, I don't know. That's pretty much it.
Thank you, Amy.
So no, I've got two more. I'm sorry. I've got two more items. So we didn't think we'd be able to do a Mango Fest this year, but we were, I heard yesterday that you guys might be opening up the village to events. I would still be happy to do this event outside at the rec center, do the regular Mango Fest outside, social distancing. I mean, you know, you're not going to require a mask, whatever you guys decide, but we'd like to do it outside of the rec center. And at the same time, we'd like to do a mango share. The mango trees are laden with mangoes. And so we had a vision of doing a mango share at Mango Fest, asking residents like last year to make all the things, the chutneys and everything made for mangoes, and advertising the event and having a mango share. But this third thing is, the third item after Mango Fest, outside or inside, if you guys agree. I don't know if I'd feel comfortable with that, or my board would feel comfortable with that, or anybody would be. But the third thing is mango share. So I talked to Issa already to see if this was a possibility to set up tables outside of the rec center, maybe twice in June, maybe twice in July, depending on how many mangoes are available and wanted to be shared. We were just going to set up a couple of tables outside. We were going to man the tables, have people come and bring mangoes, identify the variety of mangoes, see if we could have people sign up for a mango club. We sort of want to be interested in mangoes, and do a mango share, because last year there were I've seen a lot of mangoes wasted. So those are the three items: the tile bench donation form, the Mango Fest, and the Mango Share. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Amy. That's it, right?
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, our village attorney, Ed Dion, do you have a report?
No, not this month, Mayor.
Okay.
Let me just say one thing though. I know everybody's aware that the governor has issued 2 executive orders. We have a meeting tomorrow with the city attorneys in Miami-Dade County to discuss what our respective interpretations are. And as soon as we come back with that, I will be issuing a memorandum to y'all about where we think we stand on that, what the authority of the village is moving forward, and what we can and cannot do.
Thank you.
May I ask a question of the attorneys while we're on their section?
Go ahead, Commissioner.
And I can't see if Valerie's here. Are you here, Valerie?
Yeah, she's here.
Okay, I only have a partial screen up.
Yeah, I'm here.
Things on my computer. Hi, Valerie. I didn't see
Hello.
you. Regarding our construction ordinance that you put together for us, Valerie, there were 2 things in there that we struck, I think towards the end of the process. One was covering pools, and the other one was requiring plans and permits before demolition and a construction fence. And you had told us at the time, and you and I have spoken since, that could be revisited. I think we have a problem specifically with buildings that we are allowing to be torn down, construction fences going up, and then no activity happening. And we're creating empty lots in the village. So it was a problem. It was something we discussed, and we took it out last minute, just in the interest, I think, of getting this thing moved along, but it is presenting itself as a problem. So Valerie, what would be the process of us looking at those things and having them slotted back into the ordinance, please? If the commission were to decide they were important enough to do.
Yeah, so there's two different things that you brought up. The first would be the issues with the pool. And the second is requiring a permit, a building permit in order to get a demolition permit.
Yes.
My recollection was that there wasn't consensus with respect to the permit issue. I don't think it would necessarily go back into the construction ordinance. If, you know, it's the will of the commission to go in that direction, it would go in under a separate section under permitting. But I think there would need to be consensus from the commission to bring it back as a minimum as a discussion item. So we can go through and see what elements you guys want and what the consensus is. If there is.
We would not, okay, so we would not have to go through the entire ordinance process again, all the costs associated with it. It could go through, it could become a permitting issue.
No. It would still require an ordinance. What I'm
Okay.
saying is that it would go under the permitting section
I
of the
see.
code of
Okay.
ordinances.
Okay. Because you're right, we did not have consensus, and that's why we took it out, and it seemed to be a sticking point, so we took it out in the interest of getting this done. And there's been more communication about it since then. I've talked to, I don't want to say who I've talked to, not a commissioner, other people involved in the process, and we've had more examples of that very thing happening. And now we have empty lots around and half torn down buildings and a double huge lot that's been sitting empty now for well more than a year. So it's a problem. So Mario, is that something I would have to bring up as an agenda item myself, or is it something you could bring up? Because I think it's worth having a discussion again and having P&Z weigh in on that as well too.
What I would recommend, Commissioner, is if you'd like to add it to the June agenda or another meeting agenda, and you kind of flesh out exactly what it is that you're asking specifically. Okay. That way the commission can understand which parameters that you want to talk to. Because if I remember correctly, some of the issues were trying to require a property owner to build something, whether they may or may not have the funds for that after they demolish something, or they wanted to start, or they didn't quite know. So that conversation kind of stuck out during the ordinance.
Right.
That was one aspect, and then the other aspect was the pool, and with regards to the safety,
exactly,
having it covered or uncovered, and someone falling in or different. So both those conversations kind of spelled out. My recommendation would be get it exactly what you would like.
Okay.
So that they can look, and then from that discussion, if there is consensus, then we can come back.
We can start the process again
with the ordinance change.
Okay. Should I discuss that with P&Z myself prior, or just put it on the agenda and have a conversation here first?
Valerie? Mac, I think what you want to do is you want to come up with the commission's vision for what should be happening, and then let it go to planning commission.
Got it. Okay, I will do that. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, our next is our village manager, Mario Diaz's report.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Commissioners. Again, it is a pleasure to be here as your village manager. Just some very quick bullets that I wanted to point out, and I'm going to go through the various priorities that we have listed for the first 6 months of trying to move the village along and to kind of come to some type of resolution. So one of the first priorities is communication, and I would probably say I feel that this is one area that I have not made enough headway as I would like. But the good news is, with the help of residents and working with FIU, the village is now registered in their program to be able to accept internships from the various schools, and we'll be posting a internship within the next week for either a junior or senior level type, or even a graduate level type of internship here at the village, so that they can help move these efforts from a comprehensive communication plan to more regular posts and even one-pagers and updating on the website. All of these projects that are crucial and take a lot of time So this is one area that we'll hope to start seeing. With regards to CITT, I'm happy to report that with the help of Jose Olivo, all of the 5-year plans as well as the quarterly reports have been submitted to CITT and accepted. So that is now behind us. We have even started to draw down on the rollover funds that CITT is requiring us to spend the money before they start clawing it back. So we have already started to draw that down. And in fact, you even have an item on tonight's agenda that would be funded through the CITT. With regards to our budget planning process, another priority, on April 24th, we held an executive workshop. Staff is now starting to work on the various department budgets as we wait for the county for their estimates in June for property values and what the ad valorem taxes would be, and then the final confirmation in July. Once we have that in late summer, we'll be starting to host a public meeting that we have for the 6th Avenue and solid waste topic, so that we can show the community, obtain feedback from the community, and then we can make various updates to that before we bring it to the commission for a formal presentation. With regards to FEMA, we are almost completely done with FEMA. There's one last push that the state is working with us. They are missing various documents from the county, and they're trying to see if maybe the county can find those documents for that last project that we've submitted for reimbursement. So once they're able to kind of work through that and have a certain determination, that will tell us what the final reimbursement will be from FEMA. So that project is also wrapping up shortly. So both FEMA and CITT are essentially checked off of the plan. We're currently working on the budget. Tonight, you have a item regarding the FDOT Northeast 6th Avenue. On April 22nd, we held a virtual town hall to discuss the project. We had some 40 community members. That does not include our attendance. Those were actual residents. They joined us, and over half provided comments on the project. Tonight, you have a resolution before you, and we'll get into those details when the item comes up. And lastly, with regards to solid waste, another priority, which is just as important, we have the contract currently out to bid, and there is a cone of silence. The prior bid was rejected as we only received one bid. So that has ended. We've put that back out with some minor modifications. Questions are due tomorrow at 10 a.m. Then we'll respond, and then bids will be due on the 20th. With that, I also just want to point out with regards to the tree grant, because it is on your consent agenda that is coming up. We received the contract from the county on the night of our April commission meeting. They were behind because the person who was working on it had left, so somebody new was taking up, and they were delayed on that project. So they are going to be flexible this year. Regardless, we will be submitting a extension request, although I think we will be able to have the plantings done by then. Within the next week, we'll also have a solicitation be going out for landscape services, which will include an opportunity to receive the quotes for the contract. The reason why we're not piggybacking this year for that, for the tree grant, is after looking at the contract and discussing it with the attorneys, we felt that it was too different from what we're requesting. So we want to make sure we do everything correctly and to the best of our ability. So we are doing that. With that, that concludes my manager's report. And again, I thank you for the opportunity to be here with you all.
Mario, I'm sorry, I
Thank
may
you.
have missed something. Jenny, real quickly, regarding the tree grant, did you say you are going to file for the extension?
Yeah, we're going to file for it regardless, just to be safe, although I think we'll still meet the original deadline.
Understood, thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mario. I'd like a motion for the consent agenda.
I'd like to make a motion for the consent agenda to approve except for 9E, which is we removed. So I'd like to approve the balance of the consent agenda to be approved.
I'm sorry.
I'll second that.
I couldn't understand you.
I couldn't hear him.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the balance of the consent agenda except for 9E, which was that.
We took care of 9E already.
So then I make a motion to accept balance of the consent agenda.
I'll second it.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, the consent agenda is passed. Ed, Resolution 2021-28. Can you read that,
We
please?
have to discuss.
We have item 9E.
Yes, Mayor.
That was removed. It does become its own item.
A resolution of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, approving an agreement with Golden Gates Aftercare and Athletics LLC to provide after-school care and summer camp program services to village residents in the Ed Burke Recreation Center, authorizing the village manager to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for an effective date and for all other purposes.
Thank you. Commissioner Samara, you want to speak on that?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have had this organization in the past where we had problems with them where they didn't, since we get 30, the share was 30, we get 30%. We wasn't having accountability with them where they wasn't telling us all the participants, how many of the kids were participating. We never really got an up-to-date list. Areas in the rec center that were allowed to have, they had like 5 sheds almost like inside that they were using, and they were using the kitchen, which they wasn't cleaning up. I just want to be sure before we do this that we have more accountability. And I talked to the city manager about this, but I want him to give us an update on my concerns that I had. Thank you.
Sure, thank you, Commissioner. Yes, we will be having our park recreation staff present, and they will be taking into account what the participation is. With that, they will also be checking the monthly invoices that we receive from the company to verify that they include each month their participation sheet. So every day they'll know we had 10 kids here, we had 12 the next day, 8 the next day. We'll have our staff verify that, and also we'll have, I believe I also have Issa, our Parks and Recreation Manager, available with us as well. And I don't know.
Yes, sir.
On.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi, how are good evening, Mayor and Commissioners and staff, Village Manager. So definitely we hold a strict accountability of all our outside programs. We're actually excited to hopefully get these programs back started. It's been over a year from a lot of these small businesses who run these programs who are have been out of work and or dealing with the repercussions of the COVID crisis. I spoke with the manager earlier today. We are excited to start these programs. We are also always highly accountable that they stick to the details of the contract that has been outlined by our legal team. I know that there was, I think what Commissioner Samaria is speaking of, there was a question of address accountability in some years, which were between 2017 and 18. And those concerns were addressed by the staff at the time and reconciled with the new program that was put in for submission of attendance with each payment that confirmed that the actual participants were actual residents of those resident homes. We do have a discounted price for resident homes. non-residents do pay an additional fee to participate. But right now, in addition to sticking to those strict guidelines, we are just excited to say that we might be actually getting some programming back at the rec center. So we are on top of our game here. I am working hand in hand with the manager, and definitely applaud his participation in this, and also his support of us to be strenuous about making sure that these guidelines are followed strictly to the T of our legal team.
Thank you, Issa.
Okay.
Commissioner, does that satisfy?
Just one question. Just have one question. I know in the past, we had the vehicle. Do we still have the vehicle when they were using the vehicle? The van?
We do not have any vehicles for recreation.
Okay, then I'd like to make a motion.
Okay, can I speak?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay. All right. I think the program is a wonderful program. I think our families really, really need some relief from having kids 24 hours when they're working from home. I think it's a really great thing. My only issue with the program in the past was the cleanliness. Oftentimes the kitchen was a disaster, and I'm pretty much a fanatic about kitchens and bathrooms being cleaned. So Issa, please make sure that they do their share over there. And I think with the oversight, it can be very successful and be very, very helpful for our families and our residents and our community.
Thank you. Commissioner Samara, you want to make a motion?
No, it's hear from the other commissioners. If they want to
Does
talk.
any other commissioners want to talk? I don't think they do.
Okay, I just didn't want to jump the gun as I did.
Is anyone else having audio problems?
It echoes through here for us.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion for resolution 2128, Golden Gates after school care and iPads, AC agreement with CB guidelines for COVID-19.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that passed. Okay, the next one would be, Ed, is 2021-04.
Yes, Mayor. An ordinance of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, amending Article 2, Dogs, of Chapter 3, Animals of the Code of Ordinances of the Village of Biscayne Park, providing for the regulation of unrestrained dogs, amending Article 3, Enforcement and Penalties of Chapter 3, Animals of the Code of Ordinances to increase the monetary penalties for violations of Chapter 3, and providing that unpaid fines constitute a lien, providing for enforcement, providing for rights of violators, providing for the payment of fines, right to appear, failure to pay or appeal, and the manner to appeal decisions of the Code Compliance Board, providing for penalties for failure to give accurate information or refusal to sign or accept a notice of violation, providing for inclusion in the code and scrivener's errors, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. This is
Thank
second
you.
reading.
Yes, is there any comments from the public?
Well, I think we need a motion first, and then we can take comment, don't we?
Okay, are you taking the motion?
I'll make a motion to pass the ordinance.
Is there a second for the
I'll
motion?
second it. I'll second it.
Okay, public comments? Please raise your hand if you want to speak on that ordinance.
Bob Anderson?
Yes, I'm really hoping the commission passes this. This is something that we really, really needed. We have too many people that decide they let their dogs just out the front door, and they don't, whenever they show back up again, then they come in and they just let them roam. It's very, very few dogs that actually escape from the fenced area. And we need to I like the way the ordinance is worded. There's teeth in it, and we need it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Do you see the other one?
Bernard Sebastian.
Earnhardt, Sebastian.
Hi, everybody can hear me?
Yes.
That's Alex. Great. Hi, everybody. Thanks for the opportunity to chat. I just wanted to voice my support of this ordinance. I walk my 4-year-old son around the park very often and have been scared on many occasions with loose dogs. Definitely a danger to the public, and owners need to be responsible for their dogs, whether you think it's a good dog, you never know. It's still an animal. You don't know how it's going to react. So I think this is a great thing, and I fully support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that wants to speak on that issue? Okay.
Mayor, I have Julio Fernandez.
Oh, I
Can
didn't
you
see
unmute
that.
yourself, sir?
Mr. Fernandez?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so this ordinance, it will be for dogs that they are loose, and then they're gonna be fine, right? How about how big or how small they are? Is that matter?
Nope.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Roseanne, do you want to do a roll call on that ordinance?
Actually, I think we have an opportunity to discuss it first.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Commissioner Kennedy.
Yeah, I have a couple of things I want to say very quickly. So when we consider this ordinance at first reading last month, I asked for a change to be made. Can you all hear me okay?
Mhm.
Yeah, okay. I asked for a change to be made to some language that would removing language that the dog would need to make physical contact with someone to receive a higher fine for causing injury. And Valerie made that change. And a very interesting thing happened just 2 days ago on Nextdoor, and I want to bring it to everyone's attention in case you aren't watching what's going on there. A resident of Biscayne Park was out rollerblading, a woman, and she rollerbladed past someone's house. They had 3 dogs in their front yard off leash. The dogs chased her and she ended up falling down. So the very thing that I was concerned about actually just happened 2 days ago in the village. So I'm very happy to have this language back in here. And I hope the commission will pass it on second reading with that language. And I have a very quick question for Valerie, because the change that you made, Valerie, was very simple. You removed a couple of words. Will the language change that you made now cover incidents like this? If a dog chases someone, doesn't make contact, they fall down and they are injured from the dog chasing them, or an elderly person falling, a kid falling off their bike, will that all be covered?
Yes, it would eliminate the requirement that there's a physical contact. So,
Okay.
so long as they can prove the causation, then yes, it would cover it.
Very good. Thank you very much for making that change. Now, while we're talking about it, I am going to bring up something, and you're going to get some eye rolls here, but I'm going to say it anyway, because I read the entire ordinance, and there are sections in here, obviously, we looked at referring to the dogs, but it's part of a bigger ordinance. I just want to bring everyone's attention to a couple of things. The very first thing in the section 3.1, the very first thing it mentions is that Biscayne Park is designated as a bird sanctuary. The very second thing it mentions then, 3.2, is that we're not allowed to kill birds because we are a bird sanctuary. Elsewhere in this ordinance, section 3.4, there are limits to the number of dogs and cats that are allowed to be located at a property. It also limits open feeding of outdoor animals as well. This is a problem in the village. It's a code problem. It's already, the language is already in here. I'm not proposing anything new, but it's not being enforced. And we have cat hoarders in this village that have way more than 4 cats on their property. And we all know where those properties are. We can walk around and point to them. You can smell them from a block away. So there is language in this ordinance now that is not being enforced. So when we have a code conversation later on tonight, I hope we can take a good look at that as well. And these two things are related. We're a bird sanctuary. We're not allowed to kill birds. And we're also not allowed to have these animals outside, specifically cats who kill birds. Let's just be clear about the fact that cats kill birds. Domestic cats kill birds. Judy is saying so do dogs. Sure they do. They both kill birds. And according to the Audubon Society, who is a trusted source as far as I'm concerned, 4.2 billion, billion with a B,
birds are killed in the lower 48 United States every year from outdoor domestic cats. Cats are a problem here in our village. They're a big problem in Miami-Dade County. There's language in this ordinance about animals spreading disease. I can vouch that it happens because I've had to be treated for worms twice from the feral cats that use my garden as a toilet. Twice. So I hope we can enforce all the sections of this code, Mario, not just the leash law, because we have a serious problem with cats in this village. They're killing birds. I pick up dead birds in my yard. I pick up dead birds in the street in front of my house. I pick up dead cats in the street in front of my house. Judy, I'm speaking. I'm speaking. Just let me finish, please.
I won't stay beyond 11 tonight, so you can continue till 11 and then I leave.
That's fine. That's fine. This is our opportunity to discuss this ordinance, Judy. I hope you read the entire thing as well and you're ready to discuss anything that concerns you in it. But this is my opportunity to discuss it. Are we good? Thank you. I pick up dead birds in my yard that the feral cats kill. I pick up dead cats in the street in front of my house. So in a minute, I would support language that would tighten up things that would, the language about killing birds would include allowing conditions to exist that kill birds, like having cats outdoors. But I know there's no appetite for this. But I do want to say out loud that this is a problem. It's a crime against nature. It's animal abuse, the way these cats are treated when they live outside on the streets and they die of disease and getting hit by cars. And this is part of one ordinance. At the very least, I would like the cat and dog part of this ordinance to also be enforced, if to protect our native bird population, if for no other reason. Thank you very much. I'm prepared to support the change as written here by Valerie.
Okay, do any of the other commissioners want to speak on this?
The only thing I'll say on this is that not only cats and dogs, we have foxes, we have raccoons, we have possums, and also big birds. So we're going to take the possums, we're going to take the raccoons, and put them in our ordinance.
Dan, the difference is those are wild animals. They're native wild animals. So are bobcats in the village and coyotes. They're native animals. They're wild animals. We're part of an ecosystem that they live in. And domestic animals are not part of that ecosystem. So there is a very clear distinction here. Be clear on that.
Right. So for the stray cats, who are we going to find? How are we going to prove that the stray cats belong to whom?
Commissioner Gonzalez, do you have anything to say on this?
No, I'm enjoying you guys talking. I'm fine. Thanks.
Okay. Roseanne, can we call the roll?
Sure.
2021-04.
Okay, Commissioner Kennedy? Yes. Commissioner Samaria?
Yes.
Commissioner Hammerberg?
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yes.
Mayor Hoppy?
Yes.
Motion passed 5-0. Thank you.
Okay, Ed 10B, ordinance 2021-05.
Thank you, Mayor.
Garbage.
An ordinance of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, amending section 6.3.2, containers of section 6.3, solid waste of chapter 6, public facilities and services of the Land Development Code of the Village of Biscayne Park to eliminate the maximum capacity requirements for garbage cans and approve containers, providing for inclusion in the code and scrivener's errors, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. This is first reading.
Thank you. Do we have a motion for this?
I'll second it.
Okay, Commissioner made a motion and Commissioner Hammelberg seconded it. Is there any public comments on this ordinance?
Mayor, would you like me to introduce the item before the public comment?
I'm sorry?
Would you like me to introduce the item before the public comment as to why I'm bringing it to the commission?
Yes, I
Oh,
think-
yes.
Thank you. Mayor, Commission, the reason why this is before you with first reading, and it has gone through planning and zoning, currently the code restricts the gallons within for the garbage containers to 40 gallons. And that is not a lot. And in many cases, we have homes with 2 or 3 that they put out on a weekly basis for garbage collection. All we're doing is eliminating the 40-gallon limit. The standard can, within the industry, can go anywhere between 30 gallons all the way up to 96 gallons. As we have the RFP out, one of the requirements would be either an automatic or semi-automatic collection, which means they would move the cart over to either the rear or the side of the truck. They would connect it to a system which will then lift the bins and dump it up. That does reduce some of the manual labor that goes into that. But however, all these carts or all these garbage bins have to be consistent, and they have to be in a certain way. So that is going to already be part of the RFP. Currently, the village even uses a 65-gallon recycling cart. So we're kind of already outside that 40-gallon limit. So this is just bringing all of that to a standard so that as the village goes through and the new vendor will end up giving the new carts to all of the residents as they come through, then it is within the.
Okay, are there any public comments on our garbage cans or waste collectors? I don't, do you see anybody, Roseanne? I don't see any. Oh, wait a second.
Linda Dillon,
Linda, okay.
unmute yourself, Linda, please.
Fine.
There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm all for meeting industrial standards, but I'm concerned that there's nothing at the top end to limit how large they possibly can be. And I would like to see something that limits, to say that it does not exceed whatever the current standard is. That's all.
Gage is also.
Hi, good evening. Yeah, I just want to reiterate what I mentioned earlier about removing the language regarding cutouts for fences in the rear adjacent to alleys. Since we're picking up in the front, we should not have to require that in the rear.
Let me check if somebody else is here.
I don't see any other hands here. Oh,
I see Julio Fernandez.
Julio,
Yes, can you everybody hear me?
now we can.
What is this about changing the type of container? How we been throwing the garbage out? We have a black container and green container. Is this going to cost more money to the city, changing what we already have?
I think it depends on what we have.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, go ahead, Mario.
So this is, again, in relation to, we are having a solicitation out requesting for companies to bid on being able to collect the garbage and recycling and the yard waste and bulk in the village, as our current vendor, their contract is starting to run out. So this would allow them to do so with a standard cart for everybody within the village. The cost of the carts would be built into the price that is paid yearly by the residents for the services that they have through their taxes. With regards to some of the public comments of upper limiting, in order to receive the cards, it would be through the village. So you wouldn't be going to Home Depot or Lowe's or anywhere else to purchase a new card. The village would be through the vendor providing these cards. So if we want to add language that says, not to exceed whatever the village is contracted for or something of that kind of verbiage. I know Valerie can probably be a lot more eloquent than I can with the verbiage. that is fine. And also, I would be okay with adding to the ordinance to amend the alleyway pickup because our vendors would not be picking up in the alleys.
We have Bernard Sebastian.
Hi, yes. Actually, this is Alexander Bernhard, 1015 Northeast 120th Street. It's not directly related to the ordinance per se, but it is related to the trash bins. And I was just wondering if Mario, if there's any thought given to the fact that we have these hundreds of perfectly good trash containers around the village. It would be a real shame for them to all just go to waste for no reason. I mean, they can absolutely be reused. So has there been any thought given to being able to recycle those instead of having to pay for all new ones when people already have them? Something that works.
So again, the bins would not work with the new service because they are not standard and they would not be able to be attached to the machinery that lifts the carts and dumps the trash out. So they would not work. The bins can't be recycled if we'd wish to have, but we can also, I would also encourage the residents. We have a very large community that does their own landscaping. And there's a lot of yard waste. I would encourage to try to put some of that yard waste into those smaller bins because it'll be easier for them to pick up because they pick that up manually. They won't be using any type of special equipment. So I would recommend if you can and you have those and you want to keep them, you can still dump the palm fronds or anything and kind of stuff them in there for them to be able to use.
I agree with that.
Okay, Barbara Watts is on.
All right, you can hear me, I hope?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
Okay, Mario, I'm completely confused because I thought the garbage cans with the 40 that were the 40 gallon, that you were talking about yard waste. Are you saying that these new cans that can hold 60 gallons or 70 gallons or whatever are all just for household waste? Or are they to be used for both?
So yard waste and garbage go to the same place. They all go to get burned. So you can stuff yard waste within the garbage containers if you'd like. Most people don't, however. And so the 96 gallons would be for garbage. If you want to put yard waste in there, that is fine as well. That's not a problem. However, if a resident wants to keep their 40 gallon container, which they have purchased and have been using for a number of years, they can still continue to do that just to use for yard waste only.
For yard waste, for garbage. So what household has 40, you could fill a 60 gallon?
There are many.
Where the
there
pickup
are
is
many,
twice a week.
especially with families and with kids. We have residents that have 3, sometimes 4 bins out filled with garbage. So the 96 offers it a larger area where it can go into one cart as opposed to having multiple bins out along the street.
Truly, that boggles the mind. They must not be recycling. I mean, I just think it's crazy to have that large of a bin for household garbage that's picked up twice a week. I
think my cans are big. Yeah, I think they're acceptable. Probably most of us have ones that are acceptable. Anyhow, are there any other people who want to speak? Or can
Yes, we have Laurie Mertz. And Mr. Julio Fernandez wants to talk again. Mayor, if you allow or not, let me know.
If he's quick.
So Mario, I just wanted to check on what is the mechanism for people to be able to choose? Is there a choice between what size? I mean, to Barbara's point, and even Ginny, I have 2 massively huge containers that I did not request. They were given to me because one of my cans was run over by a truck during when we had the Hurricane Irma trees in front of the house. And they barely fill, I can barely fill a quarter of it, for once a week. And it's really inconvenient for me to drag that sucker out there. So is there going to be some mechanism? Because you also said we have a choice to also decide whether we keep them. I definitely don't want to keep both of these. I don't have anywhere to store bins like this, on my property. They're massive. So I don't want to be stuck with these 2 cans with the new ones as well. So I just want to see what kind of process you anticipate there. Thank you.
So for recycling, the village uses a 65 gallon green bin. That would
Oh, use two
include
kinds.
use. And for garbage, the new carts would be a 96 gallon, which would be standard for everybody.
It has to be a certain size for the trucks.
Right, mine definitely meet that because they're the largest size. I'm wondering, you say they're all going to be replaced. So what happens to the old ones, and this idea of choosing whether or not, do we have to keep them? Because you said we could keep them around for yard cuttings.
Again, for your current bins, if you want to keep them, you can, and you can use them for yard waste. If not, there will be an option for you to recycle those bins.
Mario, are you saying that they're going to change like mine that are 65 gallons each or standard?
What about mine?
Not for if you have the village recycling bin, no, that won't change.
It's
But for
both
garbage,
are the same size.
for garbage, you will have a new cart. Yeah.
Okay, Julio Fernandez.
It's a question about, do we have a number of how many garbage bins does the city has? I mean, do we have an accountability of how many bins do we have against ordering a new one, replacing it now, when we don't even have numbers about that?
The village does not provide garbage bins to any resident.
How do we get them?
This will be through the RFP solicitation that is currently out.
But I've been getting those the beans out there. I never solicited anything.
So the only thing that the village provides is a green recycling container. That is the only thing that the village provides. Any other garbage bin or container or anything like that is provided by the resident, not by the village.
Oh, I know. Okay,
Maria Sanchez.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to add on to somebody else's comment about concerns about their existing bins that might be retired. I will echo on Mac's continued kind of resonance around our next door community and say, we do have a heavily landscaped community. So if you feel like you have bins that will be retired that you can't use, I would offer it up to the next door community, to those that maybe have smaller bins that don't fit their landscaping needs. I bet that you do have neighbors that would take those off your hands for free to make it easier to recycle their yard waste every Monday. So just a recommendation that you don't have to feel burdened with those. I have a heavily landscaped yard. I do have these standard size bins, and I would take Mario's recommendation to start to repurpose those for my yard waste and make space for that. In my use case, I think there would be many others because I see it discarded on the side of the road. So I think there is a good demand for that.
okay, we have a full agenda, so please don't repeat something that somebody else has talked about. David Raymond, you want to speak?
Yes, hi. So I think when I read the ordinance, I was a little confused, and I know that the wording that's in there is just being swapped out to say you can use something beyond the 40-gallon can, but it's in a sentence that also contains language about yard waste and all of this. So I was a little confused because I know when Mario discussed the RFP and the options that were available, there was one option, I don't know if it was the county or whoever, that said we could or should be using a big container for all of our yard waste. So I was reading that and thinking, well, we're getting a new company. Will that company provide the cans? And then I started thinking, well, why are we doing this now? It was a little confusing to me looking at that and trying to match this up to what's going on with the new trash collection. And I think maybe that's why you're hearing some of these questions and concerns, because I'm not quite sure what's going on. When I just read that, it looks like maybe I should go out and buy a new trash can. And then I'm thinking, well, do I wait for the new company? So that's where
I'd suggest you wait. Okay, is there anybody else? Or we can proceed with a roll call vote. Roseanne?
We haven't discussed it ourselves, Ginny.
I'm sorry?
The process is that we then now have a discussion about it.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
I feel
Commissioner
like
Kennedy?
sometimes I'm missing a conversation over here. So I want to make sure that I'm hearing everything that you and Judy are discussing when you talk on the side here. So if you wouldn't mind keeping it all in the microphone, I'd appreciate it, because I feel like I might be missing something valuable over there when you guys are talking. So I was a little confused by this as well, Mario, about the fact that there's no maximum size of the can. Should we put a maximum size in there? Or is that going to be determined by the contract that comes from the waste company that we select? I think maybe that's the missing link here.
That's determined by the contract that we select in the village.
Okay.
Goes into.
I think that's the reason for a lot of this confusion is we're taking out maximum size language and people think that would leave it open for people to get a dumpster if they wanted to. But everyone needs to understand that that will be determined by our solid waste contract with our new provider. So this is really kind of a perfunctory thing that we have to do to enable them to bring larger cans into the village. Correct, Mario? That's all this is, everybody. There is language in there that I was confused about. Well, first, Gage brought up a good point that I hope we can get changed. Mario, whenever we actually vote on this, we're going to have to make whoever made the motion would have to make the change to include that, correct? About the cutouts and fences for alley.
Correct, and I just want to point out, Commissioner, that the only change that I and legal have requested within this is striking through
just that language,
not to exceed 40 gallons in capacity. Everything else is the existing code. We haven't touched any of that.
There's one other thing in there that says that Public Works determines whether containers are fit or unfit. Is that a function of Public Works, or is that leftover language back when Public Works used to pick up our trash?
That may be leftover language. Again, the only thing we did was strike through the 40-gallon capacity.
Yeah, I think maybe we might look at that because it sounds like the onus is on the village to determine what's fit and what's a fit or unfit can. And these are cans provided by the solid waste company, right? Yeah, I think we might want to look at that. That's it.
Okay, Commissioner Gonzalez, do you have anything to say about garbage?
No, I like the idea of, I woth like the idea of both the recycle bin and the garbage can to be the same size. I think the uniformity in this, it would look nice.
By the way, mine are now.
Barbara doesn't like the idea, but I like it.
Commissioner Hammelberg, do you have anything to say?
Nope.
Commissioner Samaria?
So it doesn't say that we have, it says up to 95, right? So we can use the same houses right now, basically 65. So they can use the same, right?
No.
So it has to be 95?
Because it would have to be consistent.
All the carts for garbage collection need to be standard so that the equipment can function properly and the new contractor can service the area properly. If everybody has different carts, then it's not going to conform to the type of equipment that they need. So everybody for garbage will have the same size cart that they have for recycling. For recycling,
Judy, you have to mute yourself when.
There we go. So for recycling, it's 65 gallons, and then for garbage pickup, it's 96.
Okay, Roseanne, do you want to take a roll call vote on that, please?
I have to read.
We did make the motion.
No, but I have to make the motion with the changes.
There's no changes.
Oh, okay.
No.
Roseanne?
I'm sorry, Mayor. I believe the requested change is to add language that restricts the maximum capacity and ties that to whatever the contract is that the village has with the service provider, and that we not require the fence cutout in the back for properties facing an alleyway. And the third correction is that the condition of the carts are done via the contracted service provider, not Public Works. I know it's a kind of a bullet point, but does that make sense? Is that what you also heard?
Ed, didn't you say it was a different ordinance on?
I believe it's a different section of the code, not the section that we're amending right now.
With respect to the alley cutout.
Yep.
Right.
So that cannot be an amendment to this ordinance. It would have to come as a separate ordinance.
Yeah, we can do that if that's what the will of the commission is, but I don't think we can tack it onto this one.
Is it in the, what part of the code is it in, Valerie? The cutout that Gage brought up?
I don't know offhand.
Okay.
I was
We don't-
first made aware of it today, right now,
Got it.
during the
Yeah.
meeting.
We'll have to look and get back with the manager. But we can do something, but I think it probably has to go back through the planning board as well.
Okay, so then there are two amendments. One is that the size of the can is determined by the solid waste provider, and that Public Works does to strike the line about Public Works determines what's a fit or unfit container.
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
then
I think
I'd like
those are
to-
your two amendments, Dan.
Okay, then I'd like to amend my ordinance 2021-5, amending chapter 6, garbage containers, first reading with the changes that were made by the commission tonight.
Okay, is this, who seconded that? Judy? Okay,
Commissioner.
okay. Want to roll call on that? Roseanne?
Okay, Commissioner Samara,
Yes.
Commissioner Himmelberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gonzalez,
He said yes, but he was
Yeah.
muted at the time. Okay,
okay,
Yes, yes.
Mayor Halpin,
yes.
okay, 5-0, motion passes.
Okay, Ed, the next one is 2021-22, the Village Health Plan.
Yes, ma'am. A resolution of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, providing the selection of AvMed as the provider of employee health insurance and GAP plans, Unum Life Insurance as the provider of life insurance, Solstice as the provider of dental and vision insurance for a one-year period, authorizing the village manager to enter into agreements with these providers, authorizing the village manager to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for severability and providing for an effective date.
I'd like to
Thank you.
make a motion to approve resolution 2021-22, health insurance and other benefit providers.
Okay, is there a second on that?
I'll second it.
Okay, Commissioner, Vice Mayor Gonzalez seconded it. Is there any discussion on that?
Mayor, if I may present it.
Go ahead, Mario.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Commission. One of the key areas when looking at the budget and seeing where we can find additional savings, when I first started, was within our health insurance. And working with Maureen, who I believe she is on the Zoom call. Maureen, if you can unmute yourself.
I'm unmuted and I'm here.
Okay, perfect. So, and I'll leave it up to her in a moment, but I just want to introduce. So when looking at the various options and seeing what we have very limited options as a village because those on our health insurance is 19 employees total. So that limits what we can do and the kind of pricing structure that we would receive. She looked at and went back to Humana and asked, what would be a renewal plan? And they came out with a decrease, which is great to see, but it's less than 1%, less than 0.5%. And so I was not quite happy with that. So I asked her and I bugged her quite a bit. So thank you so much. I asked her to go back to the market and see exactly what we can do and where we can find some savings. And so she was able to find those savings. So to make sure that I'm not confusing anything, I'm going to ask Maureen to kind of take over and kind of walk us through the process and what the results of your research was.
Sure, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners, and thank you for having me to this opportunity to present this information to you. Would it be okay if I do a share screen so we can kind of look at the financials on this? I think you're going to have to do that.
Yes, that's okay.
Can you go ahead and share it? It says the host disabled share screen, so if you could.
Okay, Rosanna's looking at it. I have no idea how to do that.
Just if you can. open it up so that I can share? Or maybe she could pop open the presentation. Is that possible?
She's looking, just wait a second. There it is.
Oh, perfect.
Okay.
Okay, can you bring me to the first page? There we go, start right there, that's perfect. So each year we bid out the plan, which is really the only thing we can do to control or manage costs. We really have to look at potentially changing carriers every now and again because we don't get claims information, so there really is no negotiating with our current carrier. And as Mario said, the only thing we can do is to adjust our benefits in order to reduce our cost. So we looked at two different plan designs. We first looked at just adjusting the deductible a little bit to about $1,500, and that really didn't impact the cost enough. So we decided to go even further, and we looked at a $4,000 to a $5,000 deductible, ranging in that area. And so as you can see, this is our build spreadsheet. If you look at the very left-hand side, you're going to see the enrollment. So we've got 17 employees enrolled in single-only coverage. We have nobody in e-spouse, e-children, and then we have 2 in family. And that's really because the cost is really high for employees to enroll their spouse or their children or family. If you look at the first column, you'll see that the total build is $223,000 for current. This is our current plan year. Our proposed, as Mario said, it went down just slightly, $910 to $222,000. Humana came in. Now we're looking at the higher deductible of $4,025, and we're getting a 20% decrease or $46,000 below current. Then we looked at NHP, which is a subsidiary of United Healthcare. That came in about the same at $46,000. That's a $5,000 deductible. AvMed came in at $27,000 or $60,000 below, and then Blue came in at $16,000. So looking at the benefits and really kind of zeroing in on the co-pays, the office co-pays, the total cost, we decided that AvMed was our best option. And again, this is our build cost. Yes, Roseanne, you can go on to the next page. This is now how we break down the cost between the employer and the employee. So you'll see over here, you'll see our build premium. This is our current Humana cost. And really all we're looking at here is the monthly, your employer cost. We cover 100% of single only coverage. So then we apply that single only coverage across all the tiers, E plus spouse, E plus children, family. Here's our employee monthly cost, which you can see is very, very high, which is where Mario said we got to, we've got to impact these premium costs. This is just getting really, really out of control. This is a biweekly payroll deduction. So employee only is covered at 100%, but when you apply the $819 to these large E plus spouse, E plus children, family, you can see they're $321 for E plus children, $699.94 for family, and that's every 2 weeks. So that's difficult for employees to come up with. Now we're going to look at the employer portion. They're going to pay you're going to pay $186,000, and then your build premium is $223,000. So this is our current picture right now for this current plan year. So now when we're looking at AvMed and increasing the deductible to $4,600, the rates go down dramatically. The employer portion is now still covering your single only coverage. It's $597. We're going to apply that to all the tiers. You can now see that the payroll deductions have gone down quite a bit, $275, $234 biweekly, $510 biweekly. And this is comparing what employees are currently paying to the proposed. And then because we have such a high deductible, we now are proposing to purchase a gap plan where the employer will pay this premium, which is $59.20 for single, $128 e-spouse, $105 e-children, and $179.69, increasing the total employer subsidy. But if you can go back to that last page for a second, Roseanne, you can see the employer cost is still substantially higher when you even add the gap plan. So it's still much lower than what we're currently paying. And you can go ahead to the next page again, Roseanne, thank you. So now the total employer cost with the gap plan, the village will save $34,260 or 18% below current, and the total billed premium will go down $60,000. So this is just a breakdown. Here you're paying $16,000 for the gap, and the employer portion is $136,000. With Humana, no gap, you're paying $186,000. And this is a side-by-side benefit comparison. I don't know if you want to get into that much detail on what the differences are, but just kind of big picture, we're going from $1,000 deductible to $4,600. Co-pays are going from $40.80 to $35.70. And although this sounds like a very, very high deductible, what's nice about AvMed is that if you use standalone facilities like ambulatory facilities or outpatient facilities rather than hospitals, you're only going to pay a copay. The deductible is not going to apply. But if the deductible does apply, we have that gap plan that's going to kick in and pay for those expenses. And we can go back and circle back and answer some questions, but I'm just going to show you that, just finish up. You can go ahead to the next. This is the gap plan and how that kicks in. The hospital inpatient will pay $5,500. The outpatient will pay $1,375. So if you are actually admitted to the hospital, all of your expenses will be paid minus about $1,300. So the employee would still, if the worst thing could possibly happen and you're admitted to the hospital, the most that the employee will pay is about $1,300, and the outpatient will kick in at $1,375. And you can go on, Roseanne. And then the life insurance, which I didn't update this, but the basic life, actually they came back and negotiated a flat increase. So that's only 39 cents. And then the last page shows the current employer portion versus AvMed. So if we do move ahead with changing to AvMed, changing the benefits and adding the gap, the decrease will be $34,000 below, or 18%.
Okay, thank you. Mario, do you have anything else on that? You want to take that off, Roseanne, if you can? Okay, we're back. Anybody have anything to say? Any discussion?
After looking at all of this, and I looked at this before, but I'm glad that it went over step by step. I think we need to be giving our employees raises, because their monthly or bi-monthly payments that they're going to have to pay in this is a lot of money. Does an employee have an option to get out of this and see if they find their own, or do they have to use ours? Because bi-monthly payments is really,
I have no idea.
Yeah, the
a lot of money.
employees have an option to opt out, and I believe they get a $1,500 stipend. I think that's part of the benefit agreement.
So Commissioner, to answer your question, this plan that we are recommending is actually lowering for the two families that are on there. It's lowering their biweekly payments by about $200. Where right now they're essentially paying $700. They're going to be paying $510 biweekly. So that's lowering that cost. It's also lowering the total cost for the village while trying to keep benefits as comparable as possible. With regards to opting out, yes, we even have police officers who have opted out. They get as Maureen had mentioned, they get a $1,500 stipend for the year, and that is it. So there's a savings when an employee opts out, in which we are not paying the full amount of what that healthcare cost is. but they're not getting a $1-for-$1 match on that.
I mean, I think this plan, I'm not questioning this plan. I think it's good. I just realize that we're not paying our employees a lot of money, because I'm looking at this $500-600 every 2 weeks. You know, I get VA benefits, so this is the first time that I really look into this, and I didn't realize how employees are really, you know, the health insurance is bad. And I just think that after looking at this, I think when it comes to budget time, I think we need to give our employees more money, because just looking at these expenses is.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. I would like to make a comment in that out in the private sector, depending on your age, I can tell you I pay well over $900 a month for a $10,000 deductible policy. So this is not a bad deal for people. I think it looks good. I'm glad you put the gap policy in there. I think that's important. But I think it's going to save our employees some, and hopefully it will give them a similar coverage to what they have, and it will save them on their families. But insurance is expensive.
Okay, Commissioner Gonzalez, do you have any comments on this?
No, ma'am, I'm good. Thank you.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Yeah, I have am I unmuted? Yes. I have a couple of things. First of all, hello, Maureen. It's Matt Kennedy. We met last year when we went through this process, and you were very patient with me then, explaining what the hell this is all about. I've become much better because my company goes through the same thing every year. I just did it like 6 weeks ago. So kind of like a personal expert on this right now. Couple of questions. We have 19 participants, correct, Maureen? How many of them are single versus
17 single and 2 families.
Okay, so the savings for families is substantial.
Substantial.
Yeah, so give me the net for the 17 singles, because most of our participants are singles.
The net
difference in what they're going to be paying.
And I'm sorry,
the employees paid 0.
Right now the
village
village
singles
covers
we give
for-
we cover
for
them.
individual employees. They currently we pay.
So
the
it's
village pays
only
one-
the deductible changes.
Correct. Now,
Did we make?
what I'd like to also mention, Commissioner, because you brought up a great point. A lot of our employees do not put their spouses or their family on our plan because it's just not expensive enough. We have even had an employee mention to me that, well, they have a young family and luckily their spouse has medical benefits as well. So they are, I'm sorry, I'm hearing my own echo. So they're able to
Jenny, mute yourself, Jenny, please.
Benefits to save money, because if not, they would tell me, look, at the end of the day, we would probably go and try to find with the Affordable Cares Act, because they make about $35,000, having to pay $15,000 a year for the benefits.
I get it.
It's just not enough to survive.
I get it. I have some employees in the same situation. So are we paying the gap for these people as well, Maureen?
Yes.
Under this plan? Oh, okay. I see. I did not catch that part of it. Okay. So our net savings for the village is about 34 grand.
Correct.
A year,
Instead of
not this fiscal year, a calendar year.
Right. So instead of the
Okay.
60,000, it'd be 34,000 net savings at the village.
Understood, because we're picking up the gap portion of that as well.
Correct.
Okay. And Mario, can you turn that $34,000 savings into something that residents can relate to in terms of village finances, what that $34,000 means to us?
Essentially, that's essentially taking our millage rate from a 9.7 to about a 9.6. So, for the individual and the property tax, it's not a huge savings, but that gives the village flexibility to see exactly on some of the priorities that we're going to be establishing during the budget season, where we can start moving some of that money or and save that.
Okay. I think it's important for residents to understand that that is like dropping our tax rate from 9.7 down to 9.6. And we talk every year about, wouldn't it be nice, or what would we do with the money if we didn't have to spend it on something else? This is a perfect example of that.
Which is why when engaging with Maureen, I wanted to try to find a benefit that the village can see an overall savings without hurting the employee benefit. Because at the end of the day, as Commissioner Samir had mentioned, we're in a difficult position as a village. We don't pay competitive wages for our positions. Someone who is an employee, even if they have zero experience, our code officer, for example, within a year, they can already apply to a city with the same level of seniority or even responsibilities and almost make $20,000 more. So I wanted to be able to provide a benefit that doesn't hurt but still finds, and Maureen worked very, very hard. Even some of the conversations I had with her, I think my tone might have been a little stern. So I appreciate her patience in going through this process. And I think we were able to strike, at least for this year, we were able to strike a balance.
Okay. Maureen, this will be the first time, I believe, unless someone corrects me here, the first time we'll have a gap plan for our staff?
We
had one before?
Many years ago, when we first started managing, we had a similar structure where we had a high deductible and a gap plan. So we're just kind of going back to that again.
Going back to it. Okay. They can be a little tricky to maneuver from the employee side, someone who's using it. Will there be someone from your company to help staff negotiate that? Because it can be a little confusing. And having gone through this at my employer recently, I know that there are people who don't take advantage of it because it can be rather confusing. So they lose the benefit of it.
Help out. Absolutely.
So someone from your company is available to help them negotiate, maneuver that.
Yes.
Okay. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, can we proceed now on a vote for that?
I just have one question, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Mario, this $34,000 savings that we're seeing, right? That's assuming nothing changes within our current employee scenario, right? I mean, in theory, by lowering these rates, more employees may opt into the family. They may not, right? So that $34,000, we may not necessarily save that $34,000. I mean, in theory, we could, by adding more people to the policies or changing policies, we can eat that $34,000 up, correct?
We wouldn't be able to change the policy until next year. So we'll be able to see some of that because, and this is a little bit weird, so maybe next year we would look at maybe an 18-month plan so that we can align it with our fiscal.
Sorry, can the rest of you mute yourselves, please, when Mario's talking? Thank you. Go ahead, Mario, sorry.
So we are going to see the savings essentially over 2 fiscal years, the one that we're currently in and next fiscal year that starts in October, because our plan essentially starts in June, which is not, most cities, they like to align it with the budget so that they see it within the next fiscal year, any savings or additions or anything like that. So it's more of a balance sheet type of savings. We're not suddenly going to have $34,000 pop up in our bank account. That money, if we hire more people, yes, that starts to eat away because we have to pay more medical benefits. Right now, some of the areas that we're looking at for staffing are more based on the various contracts that we have and not necessarily hiring. And the 19, Maureen, correct me if I'm wrong, but that 19 number for employees is reflected for, I think it was March when you went out to the plan.
Right, and it stays about the same. And also it's important to note that the employer pays the same amount regardless if you're employee, employee spouse, employee children, or family. It's the exact same thing. So the employer is only contributing $597.71 per tier. It doesn't pay more if you're going into family. The only amount that will pay that is higher is the gap plan, which is $179 for family. So you're not
right now. Our employee count, as of today, if I'm not mistaken, is probably either 17 or 18.
17 or 18 enrolled, right? In our plan, right?
Correct.
How many total employees do we have?
With those who are not enrolled with our health insurance, I believe we part-time and full-time, I believe we're, Roseanne, correct me if I'm wrong, we're in the mid-20s. And then
I
we have
think we have
observable
4
officers being counted
people.
differently as well.
We have 4 people who have waived coverage that are full-time eligible. And I believe we may have some coming off that are going to be enrolling on Medicare.
Okay.
Which would also help the rates.
But is this also staff members' opportunity to sign up? This is the annual enrollment.
Correct.
Okay.
Anybody else? Okay. Does everybody agree? Say aye.
Well, there's a motion on the floor.
There is. Roseanne, you're muted.
Commissioner Samaria motion and Vice Mayor Gonzalez second. So we need
Right.
the votes only.
Okay, you want to call? We don't need we can do a voice vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, that passes. Resolution 2021-23, appointments of the Public Art Advisory Board. Ed?
Thank you, Mayor. A resolution of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, approving the selection and appointment of members to the Public Art Advisory Board, providing for severability and providing for an effective date.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Roseanne, do you want to call the roll on that? We're very fortunate that we have 2 very qualified people that want to go on that board.
Madam Mayor, question? Is the one person going to be on and the other one's going to be the alternate? Right?
They're alternates now, so one will go on. Yes.
Thank you.
Roseanne?
Yeah, they're both alternates and we just have to choose one board member and one alternate.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Hopping?
Barbara Watts?
We're going to vote for both, right? We vote our number
And
1 choice and our number 2 vote. Or
Yes, and
that's how we rank them.
automatically the second one will be the alternate. Okay. Vice Mayor Gonzalez?
You're muted.
Art.
Art. Art, you're muted.
Barbara Watts, number 1.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Hammerberg? Okay. Commissioner Kennedy?
Both great assets to the village. I'll take Lori for number 1 and Barbara for number 2, please.
And Commissioner Samari?
I'll take Barbara Watts for number 1 and Laurie for number 2.
Okay, we have 3 votes for Barbara Watts as board member and 2 votes for Laurie Mertz as board members. So Barbara Watts is the board member, Laurie is the alternate. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, resolution 2021-24, the storm drain repair. Ed?
A resolution of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, authorizing the village manager to enter an agreement with McGolk, Inc. for drainage improvement construction services attached here to attachment A in an amount not to exceed $48,323, providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Do we have a motion?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to, for resolution 2021-24 store drain repair, piggybacking off with the city of Doral.
Okay, do we have a second on that? Commissioner Hammelberg, any discussion?
Mayor, would you like me to introduce the item?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mario.
Mayor, Commission, thank you. This item is to piggyback on the city of Doral's stormwater contract that they have. They fully procured that. And although they have a different system than what we have, we are using the unit prices for their structures within that contract. We are going to be installing not only new storm drain, but also a 24-inch pipe within the ground, and it also calls for repaving of a section of the road, not the entire roadway. Where that is, we anticipate that this project is going to cost of $43,000. However, we have a 10% contingency for anything that maybe we might not see once they get into the ground. So the total amount would be for $48,323. The budget right now has it listed for $60,000, so it would be substantially less. And this is funded through the CITT Transportation Fund, which allows for roadway and storm drain repair. We have already presented this to the CITT for approval, and they've said that yes, the funds can be used for this type of project. What I'd like to point out is that the reason that this location on 9th Avenue was chosen is because we had 100% signed and sealed construction plans already done. And so we are able to move forward. Unfortunately, I'm not able to use this plan and just start putting similar structures all over the village because there's different type of soil underneath, different type of water tables, different elevations, things that we would need for a contractor to be able to go in and actually construct throughout the rest of the village. Now, I am addressing that type as a separate project. Unfortunately, we've had to start a little bit, we've had to start the project at a different phase in a design level, as opposed to here where we are shovel ready, we are ready to get going with construction. Construction should last about 90 days. So it's well into the hurricane season. There are parameters in case there is a storm, whether tropical storm or hurricane, that is used throughout the county and throughout the state for them to be able to clean up and make sure that the area is safe. So we will be taking all of that into account. And this was really brought up to the level that we are, an item in front of you with the help of Jose Olivo, who was able to verify the signing seals was in good conditions with some slight modifications, able to identify the contract that the village could use to be able to save time and resources instead of going out and doing a full procurement by finding a contract that is very similar to the services that we're getting. The major difference between the contracts is the Doral contract, because it's much bigger. There's a line item called mobilization, which means bringing all the labor and the equipment and the material. In the Doral contract, it's a $50,000 line item. Obviously, that's not the same rate that we are paying because our project is much, much smaller. But same type of pipes, same type of structures, same type of asphalt. It's an apple to apples comparison. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion on this motion?
I have some things I'll go, no one else wants to jump in. Art, I know I always feel bad for you because you're at home and you're. Oops. Art, do you want to go first? I always feel bad. You're at home and I feel like you're the last one every time. Do you have anything you want to jump in and say first?
No, I just, obviously I spoke with Mario about this and obviously I'm excited about starting these projects. We have a lot of work to do. There's been a tremendous amount of neglect in this village as far as this specific issue. So I'm very happy to see that this is actually moving forward and hopefully we can do a lot more of this in the very near future to get this. So this is just exciting times. Thank you, Mario.
Okay, Commissioner Kennedy?
Yeah, I think it's very exciting that we're finally going to install the David Raymond Memorial Drain, and I've already offered to donate the plaque that names it after you, David Raymond. I call it the David Raymond Drain every time I talk to Mario. The Raymond Drain. What about the Raymond Drain? So I have a couple of questions. Mario, with the extra 10%, that is the absolute max per the contract. I read that in the contract, right? So cost goes over above that, they find more stuff, with that additional 10%, 48, whatever it is, that the bill doesn't go beyond that period.
Not without a commission approval of a change order. So they're not going to do anything for free. And if the conditions are much worse, they'll say, hey, this is above and beyond what we've been scheduled to do. We've found conditions, God forbid we find three layers of tires disposal that you can't just throw it away in the garbage. You have to do, certain type of disposal. So that might be unforeseen. That could eat away to that 10. So what if it has to go beyond the 10%? It needs to be what's called a change order. That lists why the change is needed to the contract, how much that change order will be, and then that would have to come back to
us. Okay. Okay. And you and I have also talked about this separately. The fact that you were hoping at one point that this might be something you could replicate easily throughout the village, but it's not the case now. Are there no other drain scenarios in the village that this is close enough? None, zero.
The design plans are extremely specific only to this area. Okay. Although the overall concept of the drains might be carried over from different areas that we can use, because the underground conditions, the elevation of the road, the pitch, all of that is different everywhere else. These plans can't just be copied and put somewhere else.
Okay, it was a nice try, right? Doesn't hurt to ask. The road restoration afterware is included in this, and it's just going to be a patch across the road.
So,
do they repay? I'm so sorry. Do they resurface any section of that block, or is it just directly across from those two drains?
So, in the area that they will be paving, if I remember correctly, it's the strip that connects the two structures that right now they don't connect. So we would be connecting both of those structures, and then we would have about 50 to 100 feet of pipe down the side or the middle of the road. So that entire project area would be completely repaved from one edge to the other. But it won't go from, for example, from 115 to 116.
Okay, but it won't just be, because we're connecting these two drains, and then there's also the French drain section that extends down the street somewhere. But that entire square section will be resurfaced. It won't be like an X in the middle of the road of a patch this way and a patch this way. No. The whole section will be a nice, clean cut section of road replaced.
Now, if we're able on the field, when they do their surveying, if they're able to find that we can put all the pipe within the swale area and then just restore that, and we don't have to touch the roadway, even better. But I don't anticipate that to be the case.
Because there's an FPL, isn't there an FPL pole right there as well in the swale? I think there is.
There is, but they can avoid.
They can.
Yeah, okay. I don't foresee them not having to tear up the roadway. So that square would be repaved, not just the middle.
Okay. In the contract, it says the start to finish is 60 days from signing of the contract. What did you just say about they won't start for 90?
I apologize. I misspoke. For some reason, I thought it was a 90-day total project.
It's 60 days from signing of the contract.
Right.
And if we authorize this tonight, it only takes one vote. If we authorize this tonight, when will you sign the contract?
I would have to issue the NTP, and then they would have to do some paperwork on their end. I believe I saw an email that they're sending in anticipation of tonight. They were sending over a signed agreement, waiting for our signature. So once that happens, we would move quickly. So we should have everything done by the July timeframe.
And just for a point of clarification, I'm sorry, it's 60 days for substantial completion, and then an additional 30 days for final completion. So in total, it is 90.
It is 90. Okay, I read 60, and there was the whole thing. So when do you anticipate signing the contract? Because that's when the clock starts.
Oh, I'm trying to get them started immediately. If I can have them out here
next week.
Tomorrow. It kind of depends. They have to see exactly. I can issue the NTP, but they have to make sure that
NTP is
notice to proceed. Okay. I apologize. Notice to proceed. So it's that formal letter saying, "Hey, let's start." However, we need to have that conversation to make sure that they have the equipment, the material, and the labor to be able to start as soon as we issue that. If not, we're issuing that letter to start. They're not ready. They're going to eat up days, and then they're going to ask, "Well, I need."
I understand, but you think you'll sign a contract in the next week or two? Okay.
Yeah, I think this will be very short order.
So when this drain is in, and now I know we can't compare the capacity of the new drain to what's there now because it's a failed system, and it really is apples to sirloin steak, really. So that was a terrible cut of meat, I think. But how much greater will the capacity of this drain be versus what the existing drain was at its maximum capacity? How much more water is this going to take care of for us than what that drain did when it was a good drain?
So essentially right now, what is out there is 2 4-foot holes that are about 3 or 4 feet wide. And then you have dirt, and that is it. One of them has a small, I want to say not even a foot. It might be a few inch diameter pipe that's supposed to go 10 feet down. But again, that doesn't necessarily help anything. That is almost like a straw that you're putting in your cup and hoping that that takes care of the flooding. So this will allow for a new structure to come in. It's going to, not only is the structure itself going to be bigger, it's not substantially bigger. The biggest part of the project is that we are now going to have a 24-inch diameter pipe that will store a lot of the water that is currently just hanging out above ground in that pipe. And then the pipe will have hose so that it can percolate as much as possible. Now, it is not a long-term solution. Again, the long-term solution for the village is a system that has various pumps throughout that will push the water essentially into the canal. The biggest difference for these types of projects and the issues that we're having a lot more flooding now in the village than what has been in decades past is that the water table underneath is much higher. Sea level rise, we're living it. And so because the water table underneath the ground is much higher, there is less dirt to absorb the water that is currently. So essentially what the floodwaters are doing right now is, instead of it being sucked up by the swale and the medians throughout the village, it is waiting for the sun to evaporate the water. And so this is going to help kind of transfer that into a system that is a much, I don't know how many gallons that it would, but it is going to help address this. It is going to connect both drainage structures together, which right now they're just independent holes in the ground. So it is going to greatly improve what we have. Will it completely eliminate the issue? No, but according to our engineers, we should be able to prevent the water from just seeping into the crawl space underneath the homes.
Okay, this drain, recently we authorized you to contract with 3 different companies to clean our drains. Is this a type of drain that they can clean as well? So this is something that will now be maintained, so we'll get a longer life out of it.
Absolutely, and that contract allows to videotape the pipe to make sure that there's nothing in there that would obstruct the capacity of the pipe.
Okay, and the 3 drain cleaning companies, they're aware that you're putting this in, and they know they'll be cleaning a new drain as well, and they're totally cool with it.
Yeah.
Okay, good, because we want to keep the Raymond drain clean ongoing. 1-year warranty on the work. Did I understand that in the contract? It doesn't seem like a very long time to me. I got a longer warranty on my washer and dryer.
Yeah, it's standard for, they're guaranteeing the installation. So if they put into the pipe and suddenly the pipe disintegrates for whatever reason, they'll come out at no additional cost and replace that section of the pipe. So that's the guarantee.
It's only for 1 year.
Yeah, it's typically for a year.
Okay. A couple of driveways right there. We're going to be mindful of the residents on that street. There are 4 driveways right there that people need access to. We'll be mindful of that as well.
From my understanding, there is no damage to the driveways. The work zones are below the 2 homes on the closer to 116th, and it doesn't get far enough south to impact the driveways to the homes close to 115. So we should be okay.
We don't want to replace the Raymond driveway next. He's not listening to me. That's it. Thank you.
Hey, Mario, before I just thought of something, 2 things real quick. One, obviously there's a lot of, there's a few other neighborhoods that have the same concerns that this particular neighborhood has. And there's a lot of residents that are also concerned about flooding in their particular area. So please, if you don't mind, if you don't addressing, how did we decide this was the first drain that we were going to tackle? And then what are we going to do for all the other areas that are having the same similar issues and a timeline? Yeah, thanks.
Absolutely. So the Raymond Drain, as Commissioner Kennedy has mentioned, is the first because it is the only structure that had 100% construction plans ready to go. Unfortunately, the other areas throughout the village don't have that. The village had not moved forward in that direction with those. And so right now, what I am trying to do is being able to create a bid package which would allow for the village to move into a solicitation asking companies, hey, we want something that's called the design build, which will allow a company to start designing these. And as they get to a certain level of design, then construction can immediately follow after. So they're kind of moving together so that we're not waiting a year or two for design to work and then go for construction. So we're trying to narrow that gap as much as possible. And those projects are essentially being looked upon based on the stormwater master plan that was done back in 2016.
Okay, Commissioner Hammelberg, you want to say something?
I'm on board. I'm fine.
Oh, you don't? Okay, Commissioner Samaria, do you have anything to add? Okay, can we take a vote on the motion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. New business. Discussion land development code and rec center parking master plan by Mario and Giordano Associates.
Mayor, Commissioner, thank you. And I do want to apologize to both the commission and to the residents. Last month, we had a discussion on two items, which was the land development code and the rec center parking master plan. The rec center parking master plan was approved by the commission. However, with that item and also with the item of the land development code, you wanted me to bring back Calvin Giordano to be able to explain what the process is, because both of them are very different, they're very similar processes, and go through and be able to then ask them questions on the process or anything like that. So this item was just a discussion item to be able to explain what that process looks like and for them to kind of go over and answer the questions with regards to the land development code and the rec center. If you like, we can definitely kind of address one other. First, I would just caution the land development code, not caution, it's not the right word. I would just like the land development code, the way that the commission left was.
Mario, I'm sorry, I'm not hearing you very well. You have to lean into your microphone.
Okay, I'll bring it.
Sorry.
So the land development code, the request from the commission was, Mario, first try to find if there's budget for any level of the options that are being presented, which will go from the planning, the 7,000, all the way up to adding everything in that initial proposal, which would account for 27,000 when we include all the options in the landscape code as well. And so after taking a look, there's no individual line item for this type of service. However, we are doing very well financially, and we do have money in our reserve account that if we want to pay for these services directly out of that, at least a portion can be done this fiscal year. If the services would carry beyond the fiscal year, then we can split that money between the two different years and obviously have that as a regular line item within the new budget. The rec center parking master plan, again, it's a very similar process, and you'll see what the timeline and how the involvement goes in. The reason why you want your planners from the very beginning in this process is what they are going to be able to do is express to the community things that are able to be done or not done. So it's not beneficial for the village to end up saying, hey, we want to have straight in parking instead of angled parking like we have here in front of the village hall. We want straight parking all the way around the village. We also want this new art sculpture on each of the corners, and we can come up with an amazing plan. But then when planners actually start looking, well, you can't do any of this. So you want them to be able to help guide the village through this. There is a lot of engagement in both of these different type of items with the public. Not only could we do a town hall, but remember each advisory board that would address this is an opportunity for public engagement. Just because it's an advisory board meeting, whether it's planning or code or parks or public art, that doesn't mean, well, the public can't come in and we can't participate or share their ideas. That's exactly what those type of boards are for. So it's another opportunity within there to be able to do that. And although we addressed it last month, the reason why Calvin Giordano is the vendor that we're doing is because the village has already gone out to procurement, not only for our building inspection and our planners, but also within that contract, it has for professional services like landscape architects, being able to use any engineering. This company is able to essentially run an entire city if we were to contract that for them. That's not what I'm advocating for, but just to give you an idea. So because we've already procured these services and within our contract we're able to then bring this up for them without going through a full procurement process, which would only add months to the timeline when we're already being pressed up against time to get some of these projects done, in which the village has, for all intents and purposes, been kicking the can down the road for far too long. So that is, again, I do apologize for kind of combining them, but there is a purpose. I do have Giano, Pioli here with us, and also Alex David from Calvin Giordano, and they have a quick presentation which we'll make sure is posted on our website and part of the minutes as well. I just received this right before the meeting, so I apologize for not getting it to you beforehand. Giano, do you want to kind of take over and walk us through?
Yeah, sure. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm also accompanied by Alex David, who's our Director of Planning for the Miami office. So what we wanted to do first was focus on the park's parking master plan and sort of give you a highlight as to what the process includes in the proposal that we've provided. So what I've done is that I've laid out the general process that we do whenever we do parks. Now, I personally have worked on over 40 parks at different levels of design. Some of them have not made it into the ground, but the majority of them have. And this is a sort of general process that we follow. So I think it's important just to understand what it is that we're trying to deliver to the village through the contract services that we've sort of put together in that approach letter that we sent you. As I heard many residents say earlier, many residents have already expressed that, that they don't know what's going to go in the park. And that's precisely what this process is supposed to do. It's supposed to be an open and engaging process where we will be going through the process with the first step of developing a conceptual design, which is where we understand and develop what the design intent and what the design vision is. That's really important to be able to establish what the benchmark order of magnitude cost would be. You'll note in the letter that I provided the village that I made a recommendation for an existing survey that was already done to just be updated by the surveyor that provided that service back in the days. We think that that is the recommendation that we can make that gets you the biggest bang for your buck, because then you don't have to recreate the wheel. You do need a rather recent survey to be completed in order to be able to document the existing conditions. But the conceptual design essentially for us is creating what that vision is going to be. We then, once that conceptual design is adopted, we then go through a process of what we call schematic design. And in that schematic design, we further develop the conceptual design, and I have some examples to show you after this, where we really talk about what are the different components that you want in your park? Where do you want them best located? Who's going to be using them? How are they best sited? Are there any performative components that you want, such as issues of safety and CPTED, which is an acronym for Crime Prevention Through Environmental Design? We do these, the schematic design has to be done on a survey because we're looking to get accurate information so that we can provide you a cost estimate. And if we need, we will deal with subs, but at this point, we're not really dealing with subs. What we are doing is that we're taking the project, the proposal that we put in front of you is that we're taking the project to complete schematic design and just do the first step of what we call design development, which is to deliver to you 30% construction plans. Those are plans that we think are good enough. They have all the details and all the construction details needed so that as we start to parse out the different phasing of this project, the village can make a determination at that time if they want to reach out to a contractor to get a design build contract in order to build and implement different components, or if the village chooses to then take the schematic 30% plans, develop them fully all the way to 60, 90, and 100% in order to be able to create bid documents in order to do what's called a design bid build process. So I'll show you how that has played out in another project that I'm currently working on. It's a little bit of a different comparison because the project that I'm showing you is it's a pretty substantial project with a budget of over $16 million, but the process is the same. So what you have, Mario, is there a way to go full screen on this? Or maybe reduce it so it doesn't, yeah, so it doesn't get cut off here. So in the conceptual design, what we would do is that we would, through some public outreach and through your public meetings, we would have a discussion not only with the commission, but also with the community as to what the goals are. And we understand that you already have expressed some goals. You've talked about protecting the trees that are there. You've expressed concerns about cars parking and compacting the soil above the roots of those trees. And I can already tell you that doing construction that balances the needs for stability of construction and not compressing the roots of trees is already an expensive proposition because you have to have special infrastructure in the ground that facilitates and mediates both extremes. You've already talked about maximizing parking, providing opportunities for furnishing, and I've heard a request for bike racks, trash receptacles, lighting, sanitizing dispensers. I'm going off of memory, so I forget. I apologize if I forget any, but drinking fountains, and I understand that a lot of people in the community use the park to sort of walk around the park and do exercise. So drinking fountains where water bottle fillers and doggy bowls, I understand are an important thing. Educational stations, locations for art and a reuse of existing village ID. So we have some of the building blocks, but I understand that those may not necessarily encompass all the different components that the residents may have as a long-term vision. Following the conceptual design, which are these very sort of rudimentary kind of graphics, if we can go to the next slide, Mario. We start to refine those through the schematic design process. And there we start to get into construction detailing. We can go to the next slide. Where we start to really define the graphics and really define what the vision is, so that then we can really understand what it is that the community wants to put into the ground. Based on your approval of the schematic design components, Then we will go through the process of developing the technical drawings that would constitute that 30% set of plans. If we go to the next slide, I'll show you an example of just the sort of technical kind of drawings that we would put together that would constitute that 30% set of plans. At that point, we would have a discussion in your approval phase to understand how you want to break up the project so that then we can prepare the plans accordingly so that when the village is ready to procure those are ready to go. They can either be reactivated for design bid build, or they can be used as detailed design intent drawings so that a contractor can provide a design build. Ultimately, the benefit of this overall process is that you end up with a cohesive and coherent plan that accounts for all of the construction considerations that need to happen, particularly with regards to infrastructure, so that when we're talking about lighting and tree protection and potential passive drainage components, that those infrastructures and those sleeves and those conduits are put into the place now, so that you don't have to tear up improvements that you've spent hard money on because they were not accounted for in the process. So that essentially covers what that process looks like. What you're going to get from us is essentially, again, that full schematic process with that 30% set of plans that then you guys can use to break out the project as you see fit. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer those. I think that we should probably, just for the benefit of the clarity of the residents, we should probably just focus on this and then move on to the LDRs.
Do any of the commissioners have any questions for Gianno on the park master plan?
Commissioner Kennedy does.
Well, I'm hoping we'll have a conversation here about this because this is the beginning of what may be, a sizable process. So first of all, hello, Gianno. Nice to see you again.
It's a pleasure.
Guess we're going to be regulars again. And Alex, I know you're on there somewhere as well. Okay, so just want to clarify a couple of things for you. So just so you're clear, this all came about because I'm going to guess you're aware that this was something I brought to the commission.
Yeah.
And that's why it's getting moved. Okay. So this came about because we've had money in our budget for a number of years to add parking at the rec center. Did you come here and take a look yourself physically, or did you only see the pictures that I put together? You did.
No,
okay.
no. I actually walked the site. I saw a lot of the concerns that were brought up.
Okay, so this really started because there's money in the budget because we need to add parking because we're basically violating our own code regarding off-street parking.
Yeah.
And then when I went over there and took pictures, it became very apparent that we have some substandard parking as well. And then beyond that, I can't really speak to it. I'm going to guess there are rules about how much parking you have and how many of them have to be handicapped, and some of the handicapped don't seem particularly safe to me. And at any rate, it's just so you're clear, this started because I know there's money in the budget. This fiscal year that ends September 30th, we added money to the budget so we could take a bigger stab at the parking, but no one had ever looked at what that parking would be. So there's $30,000 in the budget, but no one ever said, and that will buy us X, and it will go there, right? So we're just kind of flying blind with money in a budget. So my idea was, before we just take a stab at this and say, Mario, spend $30,000 and asphalt something, let's figure, maybe this deserves a better attention than that. And let's take this opportunity to envision what this whole perimeter could be. So I want to make sure you're clear that it started with parking. The primary thing here is parking, but none of the amenities inside the rec center. So I know some residents said, well, this is not a time to add pickleball. It's like, well, this isn't about pickleball. So I just want to make sure everyone, I'm sure you are, is clear that this is about the perimeter, basically everything outside the sidewalks all the way around. The main component being parking. And then while we're working in that area, back to what you said, what else could we do while we're there? And if there is a desire to, and we see that we could come up with the money over the next couple of years, that we would do this in a logical way so we aren't undoing things we already did. So we're not ripping up a parking space to put in a water fountain, right? So it's just about having a plan and being methodical and smart about this and deciding how to take bites out of this. So I just want to make sure you're clear on that was my intent. I'm echoing like crazy in here and it's driving me nuts. So I have a couple of questions. So there were, wow, this echoing is really bad. Is that gone now? Okay, that's better. Thank you, whatever you did. So to be clear, you said, requests for amenities. So there's nothing specific in here. When I put this together, it was literally me walking around the rec center, taking pictures and looking at other things online and what do other people have that we might, find useful. So there are no specific requests in there. So when you see water fountains with dog watering stations and sanitizing stations and art, none of that was a specific request. What I envision asking you for is, here's kind of what I came up with. And my colleague said, yeah, that all seems kind of nice. But we're interested in hearing that and also what else other communities have in facilities like this. Because you might say, guys, while you're doing this, really you would benefit from bike racks. You don't have a place to park bikes. I know that was on the list, but let's pretend like it wasn't on the list. So I'm also looking to you to come back to us and say, yes, this and that, but not that one. And this one makes sense, but don't forget about bike racks, things like that. So that's what it's about. So there were no specific requests in there for any of those amenities, just to be clear on that as well. At what point in the process can we take what you're giving us? Because the first slide showed us, sort of the steps. And at a certain point, there's 30% completion. And I kind of understand how this works better now, having dealt last year with the FDOT thing when they came back and said, we're at 30%. And then I kind of learned what that was about. And I think Alex was the person who actually explained that to me. So at 30%, is that something that the village can then take and start executing on its own? If you got us to 30%, is that something Mario can take and say, okay, now I can take this and I can go make the parking happen this year, and 30% is enough, and he can get a contractor to complete it the rest of the way? Or do you then have to finish that for us to actually start work?
There's two routes that this can go. The 30% plans are going to provide enough information so that you can reach out to a contractor to get a design build. That means that they would do the sort of minutia final design,
okay,
go through the permit process and put it in the ground. And they will give you, at the time of contract, they will give you a finite cost that they would charge in order to build it.
Okay.
The other option is for us to then develop those 30% plans all the way to what's considered biddable plans. We help you get whatever permits you need to get, processed with Durham and so on. And then you put the plans out for several contractors to bid on it. And that's the design bid build process. The problem with that is that you don't necessarily know exactly how much money each different contractor is going to bid on. So then you have to go through a procurement process. It all depends on how quickly you want to move. And if you've already have the procurement structure to be able to have sort of a design build strategy put in place. And different municipalities do it different ways for different projects. I've done projects where they have been done as design build only because there's a finite amount of money that is allocated, which is why I made the recommendation to the manager that this might be a good choice, because then you can reach out to a contractor and you can say, this is the phase that we want to do. However, we only have X dollars. What can you give me for those X dollars, right? As opposed to doing the whole bid build process, which really works better for complete projects where you're not phasing it out in smaller increments, but you're actually putting out the entire thing. And it's best suited for very complex projects where there's a lot of sub-consultants.
So then in our example, what you're saying is, let's just use parking as the first thing. You would get us to 30%, and then we would get a contractor to do design build. And Mario would say, okay, in this year's budget, I have $30,000. And the contractor would say, based on what Gianno put together for us, I can get that done on the south and the west sides, and then we move forward with that.
Yes.
So we take bites out of it then.
Correct. Although
Okay.
I do think it's important to caution everyone. I mean, I've been in this industry for 20 years. $30,000 does not get you a whole lot. Okay. So I think it's important that that we recognize and we sort of just manage expectations. $30,000 is probably going to go into the necessary infrastructure that needs to go in, so that whatever future phases you choose to do don't end up getting torn up, right?
Depending on what the other amenities are that we include in the project.
Exactly. And my comment on that is that I think that now is the time to hear from the residents what all they want, because now is the time to plan for whatever infrastructure improvements we need to do to be able to accommodate whatever the future needs are. So, for example, if you want a drinking fountain, with an outdoor, with a chiller so that the water is cold, that's going to cost you easily $13,000 to install. And as an example, we need to pull water connections. We have to have sleeves to be able to feed the water. And it's important to get those sleeves in place and understand where we're going to pull the water from before we engage in anything else, because then again, you're tearing up stuff that you spent money to build.
But you would also advise us if there were some of this work could be done on the inside of the sidewalk, which is the grass area.
Absolutely.
That we wouldn't necessarily have to be destroying things on the outside that we were working on.
Absolutely.
So my other question for you is, at what point in the process do we see price estimates for all the different elements? And I know you're not building them, so you couldn't be held to them, but at what point do we see that a water fountain on each side will cost X amount of money, and that benches would cost X amount of money, and that, whatever the different amenities are that we want? At what point do we see those prices attached to things?
The way that we do work, you see the cost estimate at every phase. So when we complete the conceptual phase, we will give you an order of magnitude cost estimate. When we complete the schematic phase, we'll give you a more refined cost estimate. And we think we do that as a matter of practice, because we do a lot of municipal work and we understand that they don't have coffers of money just sitting there for people to go back to.
Mm-hmm.
You're generally working with a fixed budget. So we want to make sure that that the commitments that we're making in the design process can be built reasonably within what your budget allows for.
But if we have that information up front, then we can plan to budget over the however many years it takes.
Correct.
Okay.
And that's the idea.
Okay. So then what would be the next step here? Maybe I should let the other commissioners talk first before I ask about the next steps.
It's a good idea, Mac. Hey, so just a couple of things real quick. So the reason that we started this whole conversation, Mac, was because of that $30,000 that we had budgeted, right? And so we wanted to. So what happens to that 30? Well, obviously that $30,000 ain't gonna buy us much, right?
No.
So what happens to that $30,000 if it's not used? I mean, because it seems like we're all nervous that it's going to vanish. Is it going to disappear?
No.
What happens to it?
The money, Vice Mayor, that is authorized once this project goes through, and the quote that Calvin Giordano has provided the village is not for 30,000. So once the process go and we have that, if at the end of the fiscal year we have not exhausted this current year's 30,000 allocation, whatever is left over goes into our reserve next year, as well as any expenditure that we don't spend money on, that's left in the budget, that money moves into the reserves.
Gotcha. So I think, well, from my perspective, you know, I learned a very valuable lesson with the whole 6th Avenue thing, right? And that was that, you know, people were doing things and getting people involved, and money was being spent, and the voices of the residents hadn't been heard. So for me, before we spend a dollar for me, you know, I want to hear what the residents have to say about this whole the whole park situation, and get feedback from the residents. That's the first thing. Number two, you know, in this village, there's so many things that we've been talking about for years and years and years and years, and nothing gets done. And now all of a sudden, we want to do the park. Listen, I'm all for the park. I think it's a wonderful idea. But how about all the other stuff that's been pending for years and years, and that we just haven't gotten around to, like the log cabin, like lighting, like irrigation, like the medians, like there's just so much stuff that we've just ignored year after year after year. We just keep talking about the same thing, and we don't do anything about it. So while all these things that come up are wonderful ideas, and I'm all for them, and I want to also talk about the stuff that we've been talking about for the last 40, 50 years, and that we just aren't getting done. So I think that we need to also look at those things and not just you know, start focusing on new things when we're ignoring stuff that we've been talking about for so many years. So that's all I got.
Can I respond to that, Art?
Absolutely.
So that is what this is about. I'm echoing again. I don't know what's going on in here. That is what it's about. This has been in the budget for a number of years. I have no idea how long. Roseanne may be able to tell us. If Paul were here, he would be able to tell us. But this is one of those things that has been undone forever. And we have parking at our own facility that's in violation of our own code. So this is one of those things. So you make a list of all the things. What about this, and what about that? What about this? Is one of those things. This is not a new thing. This is an old thing that I would like us to take care of in a methodical way, so we're getting the best we can get. And it's someone turned their mic on in here. So we get the best we can get and be methodical and logical about it.
I
So to be
understand.
clear, this is one of those things. And I don't want to spend a dollar either, but to what Giano said, what he wants to bring to residents and I want to hear what residents have to say too. But if we just say, hey, residents, come into a room and what do you want? We're going to hear pie in the sky stuff that's not reasonable and they can't be done. Giano is going to guide the residents through that, and he's going to bring to them, here's what is that you could do, because we don't need people wanting what they can't have.
Yeah.
So that's the whole point, is that I think is he still here? I think we lose him.
I'm
Oh,
here.
there you are. I see you. I see you. He said that earlier, and he said it better than I'm saying it, is that they bring that to us and you lead that resident workshop, correct, Giano?
That's
So
correct.
you're setting reasonable expectations for what we could get. Otherwise, it'll be all over the place. And then what do we do with that?
Yeah, but I think we're expanding on probably what the original $30,000 was probably for, which was probably just resurfacing and painting and fixing and whatever. You know,
It wasn't set for anything.
No, I understand, but when you buy $30,000, that's all you're going to get. Somebody to come out and restripe and resurface and blah blah blah. And that's it. Now we're talking about expanding that. Now we're talking about water fountains, and we're talking about, you know, I just think that, you know, with all the stuff that's going on in this village and all the stuff that we need to spend money on, I don't see this as being for me a top priority.
Well, first of all, it was $10,000. It was $10,000. And last budget season, we put 20 more into it so we could have something more reasonable to work with. So really, it was, you think 30 is not reasonable, it was 10. But
I think we really have to decide what our priorities are. And I think the log cabin not being ADA compliant is something that has a priority. I
okay,
hope
well, guys,
that you'll agree.
we discussed this last meeting, and we told Mark to move this forward. So that's what we're here for tonight. So really, this sounds like some of this should have been the conversation last time. But we're trying to move forward with one of these things that has to get done. And make sure we're being methodical about it.
I listen, Mac, I agree with you. I just, the price tag, every time somebody opens their mouth here, I just see numbers and dollar bills. And I don't know where we're going to get that kind of money. And
Well, we don't know what kind of money it is until they come back and say, this is the kind of money it is. And they're going to tell us for each project. Now, if you'll recall, I put in my proposal last month that we talked about and voted on, was once we have that information, we can then also look for alternate funding sources. This all doesn't have to come from us. Maybe some of it will, maybe all of it will. We don't know until we know. But we have a foundation that hasn't produced much for us, and we haven't, because this commission has never gone to them. Well, I can't say never, but in recent memory, the commission has not gone to the foundation and said, here's a project that we need you to raise money for. I'm going to use an example. Giano just said $13,000 for a water fountain. So let's say we need 4 of them. What is that, Giano? That's $72,000 we need for water fountains around. I'm just making something up. That's something we can go to the foundation with and say, foundation, we need $72,000 to put in the water fountains and their next year's phase in this project. We'll have sleeves in the ground, we'll be ready to go, but we need $72,000. And then we set the foundation loose and they go to businesses and they raise real money for real projects instead of the nice soft things that they do now. We have very smart, talented people on the foundation that are waiting for us to give them something to do for this village beyond have an event and raise some money and make some nice benches. I mean, it's all well and good, but it's not purposeful, it's not substantial, and it's not anything that's changing anything in the village.
I'm sorry to interrupt the discussion. If I can ask the commission and the mayor with your permission, it's 10:13 and I am worried that at 11 we may lose quorum. We do have one last voting item on the agenda. Can we interrupt the discussion of 12A to move the DOT 6th Avenue project up and we can work on that and then come back to the discussion for the Red Center and the Land Development Code?
Absolutely.
That resolution is very important and DOT is expecting an answer from us tomorrow as they're working on the work program. So I don't want for the meeting to end and us not act on it.
Yes. Yes. Do we?
Would you like to read the resolution for item 12C and then I can present and explain what it is?
All set, Mayor?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. A resolution of the Village Commission requesting the Florida Department of Transportation to suspend the proposed modifications of State Road 915 6th Avenue in the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida. Encourage the Florida Department of Transportation to develop an alternative project which would include proposed modifications consistent with village's community character and needs, providing for severability and providing for an effective date.
Mayor, Commission, essentially, before I came on, it's been a while.
Before we have a discussion, we need a motion on this resolution and a second.
I'll make a motion.
Commissioner Hammelberg made the motion. And Commissioner Samaria seconded the motion. Okay, now we're ready for discussion.
Thank you. I apologize. So one of the top priorities for us was trying to figure out what's going to happen with the FDOT Northeast Avenue. On April 22nd, Calvin Giordano, Giano specifically, and Xavier, who's not with us here tonight, walked us through the various conversations that the village has had with DOT since the last presentation they gave the village. So our conversations that we had with DOT in December and January leading up to the town hall. As I mentioned earlier, we had over 20 members of the community provide commentary. We've heard many of them here tonight as well. Essentially, the difference that DOT has given the village compared to what they presented at the last commission meeting, is that they've turned the project into an all or nothing. And that is not something that is in our view right now beneficiary to the village. What the resolution states, and I just want to kind of point towards it. Section 2 of the resolution says suspending all design and construction of the current project on Northeast 6th Avenue. So we're essentially saying thank you for putting this together. However, as indicated in Section 3, we as a commissioner and as a village, we acknowledge that 6th Avenue has a lot of issues, severe flooding, even during no-name storms. The storm drains that were in the project don't adequately solve that problem. We also recognize that 6th Avenue, it would look all patched up, which makes it more susceptible to potholes. So, you know, we wanted something better. It also doesn't provide all the proper safety that we're looking for with regards to not only lighting, traffic calming, landscaping, pedestrian safety, and even our resident safeties, as some accidents may actually have vehicles go into people's homes or private property. So what we're asking in this resolution is saying, thank you so much for the project. It's not really what we want, so please don't do it. However, we encourage you to start the process all over again, so that you can work not only with the village staff, but with the residents to come up with a project that will actually solve all of these issues. I can tell you that the work program that DOT has does not have funding for this. I don't anticipate for this project to just start now in the next couple months. It will probably be years before they come back. However, it puts the onus back onto DOT to say, give us something we really want, not just something you threw together to kind of make somebody happy. So that's the overall intent of the resolution. If there's any comments or questions, I'll be glad to answer.
Is there any other comments? Commissioner Gonzalez, would you like to speak on this at all? You're muted. All right.
Sorry. No, I'm good.
Okay, Commissioner Kennedy.
Yeah, I do want to say a couple of things. This was something that I brought to the commission so long ago, and I'm glad it's now coming to some kind of a resolution, depending on what happens here tonight. But I'd like to discuss with the commission possibly taking a different approach on this. Mario, you're suggesting that we just say thanks, but no thanks, and then ask them to come back to us and address some of these other things at some undetermined later date. But there is a project on the table now that includes some elements that we may want. They say the drains are only included in the proposal because they're adding 20,000 square feet of concrete, and that will necessitate new drains. But we know that the streets flood now, so we have a need for drains now. We also have a desire for our lighting to not look hodgepodgey, and quite frankly, it looks like crap, especially, you know, them putting in new things now, and it's absurd what they're doing to our village out there on the lakes. So rather than saying no and come back and put the onus on them, and it'll be years and years, who knows when we'll hear from FDOT again. Might we simply say no to the project that you put before us, but yes to certain elements? Please proceed with those elements and ask them to do that. Is that an option here? Because I know that they met with Giano and they painted a different picture, and their ideas and their attitudes changed. But the last time they talked to this commission or a commission of this village, they did say to us, we can come back and say, we would like certain elements and we don't want other elements. They did say that to us. They changed their minds, but that's what they said. I mean, the two groups talking here are FDOT and the Commission of Biscayne Park. So they did say that to us. And they were disingenuous, I think, but they did say it. They also said that they would entertain the idea of moving money from one part of the budget to another part for the same project. And then they apparently changed their mind on that, according to what Giano told us at the last meeting as well. So there are elements of that proposal that we need and or want. We need those drains. And it has nothing to do with sidewalks. They want to pretend like it has something to do with sidewalks. It's not true. And we want those lights. We don't want the sidewalks. So what do the other commissioners think about having the resolution say no to the package you presented it to us, but yes to elements and an absolute hard no to other elements? And then that also puts the onus on them.
Mac, which lights are you referring to? The ones that we have to kick in $400,000?
Yeah, because no, yes, those lights, hold on. Yes, those lights, but no to paying for them.
Oh.
Because they said they would listen to us about moving from money from one part, sidewalks, to another part, lights. And then remember, they're gonna pay for, if we put in the ugly lights, they're gonna pay for them. Right, so there is money in there for lights. It's the additional amount. So there are things that we need, drains. There are things we want, lights. There's something else we don't want, sidewalks. So what do you guys think about asking them that?
I thought that it was pretty clear cut that they weren't, if it wasn't the whole project, they weren't going to do anything on that. Mario, isn't that what?
Yes, that's what they relayed to myself and to Calvin Giordano when we discussed it with them. Essentially, and Giano, you can clarify it if I'm misspeaking. The reason for the storm drainage is tied to the sidewalks. You're correct, but that is a criteria that DOT needs to meet in order to be able to give a rationale for the expense of the storm drain. Giano, did I explain that properly?
Yes, and as I said when we had the workshop, in their words, drainage is incidental to the installation of sidewalks. So no sidewalks, no drain. They did not even acknowledge or recognize that you do have a drainage problem. That is just not on their radar. I would also say that DOT gave you no answers. They were not committal.
Make that clear, yeah.
Right, because they're not going to tell you upfront that they're not going to approve something. What they're going to tell you is, we will take it under consideration, which is the words that they used, and they would bury you with their process. And their process is very expensive, only to end up in a position where you're gonna, like they were suggesting that you could do a traffic study and all this other stuff. Those were process answers, but they were essentially no's.
Giano, when they say that we don't we don't have, or that we have a flooding problem, or that they didn't acknowledge that we have a flooding issue on 6th Avenue, isn't 6th Avenue their street? So in theory, don't they have a flooding issue?
Yes, it is their roadway, so they need to maintain it. So I think that the next logical step is to document the flooding in a concise way, so that then you can pin them up against the wall and say, listen, your roadway has a problem. The issue is that the design engineer that they contracted to do the roadway plans, that was not part of their scope.
So they didn't say we don't have a problem, they just weren't paid to say that we do.
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay, and the other thing I have an issue with is they dealt with the lighting problem and they gave us these horrifically glaring lights. So yes, we have new lights there. They look pretty during the day, but I have to put my sun visor down at night in order to turn on to 6th Avenue. I don't like any part of it.
That's not an overstatement. They are that glaring when you drive down that street.
They're horrible.
So Giano, is it your recommendation that the best we're going to get from this is to simply walk and ask them to completely start over again years from now?
I'm sorry, there was a little bit of echo there. Did I understand correctly that you're asking if our recommendation is to do as the motion has been drafted, as the
Yes,
resolution
yeah.
has been, yes.
Yeah.
That would be my
Okay.
recommendation.
And do you think that there's a possibility that they'll say, well, we're doing it anyway?
No, because they have to demonstrate that they are working with the community.
Okay.
So if the community already says, we don't want this. And if there isn't a tangible need, so for example, if there are no large backups of traffic that are impacting the segments north and south of the village, then they don't have a justification to force themselves through.
Okay. So Dan, you want to say something here? I want to pull something up in the resolution. So go ahead and talk, and I'm going to pull this up.
Dan?
FDR has no intention of doing any of this stuff. This was only brought up when one of our former commissioners, Harvey, brought it up, where he asked them, you're doing stuff for North Miami, and you're doing, and the clerk can clarify if I'm saying something wrong, that you're doing something for Miami Shores, why you're not doing something for Biscayne Park. So they asked us to come up with ideas. They say we can have the lights, but the lights that we're going to choose is going to be lights that they're going to give us, which is the one on 135th Street. I'm not going to spend $400,000 to put the lights up. And a lot of the lights that we have here, and the city manager can clarify me, basically is the bulbs don't work, right? On the lights that we have right now.
They work to the point that they're like the brightness of the sun.
Okay, but then you brought up at the last meeting that we can have shields that can put behind there.
They've installed some shields. The bigger problem is because the brightness of the bulb is so much, and that the way that the light pole is, instead of directing the light just into one area, which is the street, it just illuminates everything around. So the brightness is so bright that it goes beyond the roadway into the properties across the street. And so I've moved on from trying to get DOT to fix it to now seeing if Miami-Dade County can help us resolve that by changing the bulbs. And if I can't get Miami-Dade, then you'll probably see an item from me asking, you know, maybe we just buy the bulbs and change it and say, I don't know what happened.
The latter.
You know, so I'm trying to find the solution that's gonna be right. They've installed it per their contract, but it's too bright, and they've acknowledged that the type of brightness that they use is usually for commercial type areas, but they're not really active in trying to.
They're not motivated.
They're not motivated to change it to.
Okay.
My question is, what would FDOT do to us if we decided to change the bulbs down south and put the shields around it?
That's a conversation for another day.
I don't think they've even
My
noticed.
frustration, I'll just speak.
You're probably right, Judy.
I would never do that.
I don't think that we don't need to solve that tonight. That's unrelated to this. So
they're not going to do anything with us. I don't think they're going to come back with us if we decide not to vote for this and say that we want to have other things. Would you mind doing it? We already did that. And I think that the people that came from FDNL was basically dragging us around. And I don't want to say, but they misled us, and they were never going to do anything anyway. So I just think that we should just say basically no. And I think we can use part of this, even though it's their roads to fix, which we can force them to do it.
well, the reason I asked those things was because I wanted to know if there was a way that we could sort of help move it the way we want it to faster as a result of this resolution. But very clearly, Giano's saying that's not the case. So
no,
just trying to figure out a way around it.
I mean, I understand what you're saying, Commissioner Kennedy, and I agree with you, but I don't think FDOT is going to give crap what we think.
I'd like to ask about a specific word in here, because Mario, it does say in section 2, the village commission respectfully requests that FDOT suspend this project. Is the word suspend, I mean, I hate to parse words, but the word suspend implies that it will be unsuspended. And is that the word we want to use? Because we want this thing canceled, not suspended. We don't want them to come back in 6 months and go, okay, well, we suspended it, but now we're reigniting it because we spent this much money on it already. We're at 90% design and we're moving forward. So is the word suspend the word we should be using there, or should we request that they cancel this? Giano.
From the way the DOT plans their work, they have a 5-year work plan that they sort of update. When you suspend something, essentially that money gets redirected and sort of reallocated. Again, unless if there is a dire need for improvements to happen, you're not really going to see that being revived.
Okay, so you think it's a strong enough word?
I think it's a strong enough word.
Okay.
I also think it sets a good precedent where DOT now moving forward, they understand that if there is a request coming from the village, that they would want to get the commission's involvement as opposed to just one or two individuals. I'm not sure what the full story was. But
well, we never gave them a resolution of any kind to move forward. So might we add that where we say we respectfully request to work with the staff and to act on a resolution when that's produced by the commission, so we don't find ourselves in this predicament again, because they didn't move forward without a resolution.
I don't think it's necessary. I think it's just a matter of policy that the village needs to adopt.
I'm just asking because I found them not to be trustworthy, and I don't want to make sure we're covering our butt too. Okay.
Can we bring this to a vote? Okay. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion is passed.
Ginny, with your permission, I want to say something about this before we wrap up this topic and move back onto the agenda. Look, one thing that did come up as a result of this is that we have some safety concerns that I think are legitimate on 6th Avenue. So I hope, Mario, that you can look into them for us. People did raise some very legitimate things about 6th Avenue safety, specifically 2 topics. One is some of the cross streets they don't feel are safe enough in terms of how far they can see oncoming traffic. If everybody did follow the speed limit on 6th Avenue, we would still have that problem. But the fact remains is that it is our fastest street by law, by speed limit, and it is also, there's a lot of speeding on 6th Avenue. So people feel, they have a perception that it's very dangerous, and I believe them when they say that. I believe that way myself, and I'm very careful when I cross 6th Avenue in my car or when I'm walking, because cars are moving. So I hope that we can address the safety concerns there, specifically speeding and some of the sight lines or whatever the words that you guys use, Giano, when you're pulling out into traffic. And then I do want to say something here to wrap this up about how we got to this point today. This has been a very long and painful process for this village. And it started because one elected official decided to take it upon himself to make something happen behind the backs of the rest of the commission. And then some staff members got involved in it, but it was not done with the kind of transparency that is required and that this village deserves. So we had staff members not doing the right thing. We had elected officials not doing the right thing. And as a result of it, this village has wasted a lot of time and stressed out a lot of people and wasted a lot of state taxpayer money on a project that we just now killed. And I'm committed to doing the work of this commission, not only trying to do good work, but trying to do it the right way. And we need to all be committed to that, because this is an embarrassment and it's infuriating that this happened in Biscayne Park because one person decided to go run off with a pet project, and it's simply not the way it's supposed to be done. So we need to make sure that all of us are keeping an eye on all of us to make sure that we're not doing things like this.
Excuse me. Yeah. I happened to speak to the commissioner that was, it was Commissioner Ali Bob. I happened to speak to him about the subject matter. All he did was approach FDOT and mention to them that you're doing a project with North Miami, you're doing a project with Miami Shores. Why aren't you doing a project with us? That's all this was for. He wasn't doing it to interfere in any way, shape, or form. I got that from him directly.
Mayor, Mayor, if I may, going back to the 12A discussion, Giano, do we want to? I'm going to bring up the memo with regards to the land development code. where the commission left off last month was there was no vote to move forward with any of the recommendations of the land development code. Instead, the commission asked that I bring you back to be able to talk about some of these options and find, on my end, do we have the funds available to move forward with part or none, part or all of the proposal that you gave, and for you to be able to describe what the process would be for adding various land development improvements, boxing everything in. This is not a comprehensive plan rewrite. And one of the things that I mentioned last month, and we have Alex David on the line from Calvin Giordano, he's our contracted planner, is that by Florida statute, the village must provide either a new or an updated comprehensive plan to the state every 5 to 7 years. We are within that window right now. Okay, the last time an update was sent on behalf of the village was 2016. So we just entered year 5. The next fiscal year will start being in year 6. So there's not a lot of time for us to do that. And so we wanted to make sure that Alex would be available to not only talk about the land development code, which was coined McMansions, and how we can see how we fix that, but also to give us an idea of what the difference is in this process and what kind of cost differences there might be. So that's just the little introduction for that land development code, and we have, and I'm scrolling through, we have the various memo here. So guys, where would you like to start to be able to explain what this process looks like and how we can move this forward if the commission wishes to move forward?
Okay, yeah, I could jump in. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. I'm Alex David with Calvin Giordano. So I'm going to, since Mario, you mentioned the comprehensive plan, I'm going to start with that very briefly. As the manager said, every so many years, you're required to update your comprehensive plan. The last update in the village, as he said, was in the mid, 2016. What we do is lay out your goals and changes to the goals, objectives, and policies within the plan to really focus on what you think the changes should be in the plan, and just update it. So that is what needs to be done. And one thing that has not been done in the since 2010, because I wrote it, is your water supply plan. That is a separate document, but objectives and policies are required to be added to your comprehensive plan dealing with water supply planning. So that's one thing that's really quite missing. It's supposed to be done every 5 years based on a schedule, and it hasn't been done since 2010 as far as I could see. So that's the comprehensive plan. So that's a whole separate process from what we were tasked with to discuss this evening. And that's a state process. So that has to go to the state. Any revisions, any changes would go to the state for their review. What we were tasked with was based on your April 5th commission meeting and the presentation that the Commissioner Kennedy put together, which is a great presentation. It was very, very informative and very interesting. So our thoughts in this proposal were very focused on the McMansion issue, heights of residential, and also what's missing from your code. And so that was laid out very, I thought, thoroughly in the report. So that's what we started with to do our little proposal. So it's kind of an unusual proposal because we gave you a couple of examples in there. Do you really want to be prescriptive and tell people what to do, architectural styles, or back off of that and just be a little bit more general? So those are two trains of thought with just the overall picture. But there were items in the presentation that would have not, are not addressed in your code. And those are listed. I'm not sure what page it is in your agenda package, but it's page 3 of our proposal letter. And so those are things that we just picked up on. And so again, our proposal is based, and the costs are based on very focused, dealing with certain issues that came out of the presentation on April 5th. There are other changes needed because I think the last, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't the last major update of the LDRs in like 1990 or something, 30 years ago. I mean, it's been quite a long time. I'm not sure exactly, but it's been a few decades. So if money was no object or, available readily, then you would probably want to do a whole holistic review of the code and make a lot of changes, to update it to today's standards and what you're really, what your vision is for the community. With that, I'll answer any questions that you might have.
If I could just add, part of that, which is on the screen now, part of that proposal also included some changes to the landscape component. Yep. Right now, your landscape preservation component is under the county's code. And I remind you that you are mostly residential, and there is a state statute that allows residents with the letter of either a certified arborist or a licensed landscape architect, that allows single-family property owners to remove trees without a permit. It basically restricts the municipality from requiring a permit if, and the statute reads, if the tree presents a danger to persons or property. Now that's highly interpretive. And one way, for example, that City of Miami Beach has been dealing with this in order for people to not come in, tear down existing vegetation and put in their big homes, is that they require an arborist report, and then they require an inspection by their urban forestry staff to confirm the findings of the report. And they're able to do that because they have their own tree preservation code because they're not part of the counties, right? So these are some considerations that I think that you may want to deliberate on, particularly because I understand that one of the important issues that you're concerned of is the loss of your mature tree canopy.
And on that note, Gianno, did you, I found a memo, there was a meeting, the Planning and Zoning Board, I believe, in 2016 that proposed amendments to the landscape code. Does anyone know if, because I didn't research it, I'm just thinking about it now, there were proposals to change the code. Has your landscape code been amended?
I don't think it has. I think it went through, I think code review suggested some things. May have been P&Z, but I thought it was a code review board suggested some things. And
oh, maybe, I'm not sure, but it was like 2016. I had a memo from way back, that there were suggested changes and amendments, but it probably wasn't taken to the next step in adopting.
I think there was.
What else? I think, I'll answer any questions that you might have.
Yeah, I think in closing, to the comment that that the manager sort of brought up, the revisions to the LDRs are a choice that you make as a community. Updates to the comp plan are a statute requirement.
Right.
So if you find that you need to allocate funds and choose one over the other, I think it's important to recognize that one is a requirement, another one is a choice.
Yeah. Is the revising our land development code, is that in any way a part of what would be required? Does it fulfill any part of the comprehensive plan? Okay.
Well, there are objectives and policies in your, comprehensive plan relating to LDRs, but, comprehensive plan, very general, future, looking
Big picture stuff.
30,000 foot level, LDRs are on the street.
Yep.
So that's the difference. Again, LDR, comprehensive plans go through agency reviews. It's not just the Department of Economic Opportunity. The county looks at it. FDOT, speaking of FDOT, if there's anything dealing with increasing residential densities, the school board, the water management district, there are bunches of agencies that would review comprehensive plans. It's not the same with an LDR change. It's local. You take care of it. You do what you feel you need to do for the community.
Yeah, I would add that I would qualify the comp plan as ensuring that the levels of service are being met for your community, whereas the LDRs are in the minutia that helps you protect your character and what your build out is going to look like.
Right. That's why I said the street. That's LDR is street level.
Right. Yeah. So the LDR will take direction from the comp plan, but what you do in the LDRs are not going to satisfy the needs for the comp plan.
Okay.
Right.
The comp plan is due when?
I don't know if the village received a letter from the state saying that we need some, if they laid out, I can look at that. There is something.
Not yet. In reviewing, we know that it's between years 5 and 7. Our last update from my research was 2016. So we are entering year 5. We still have a little bit of time, but this is not a process, at least to my understanding, this is not a process that is, a couple of weeks of work and we're done.
No.
So we need to be able to plan for it and even budget for it.
Okay.
Right.
So
and plus the way we handle it, it's not, we don't, comp planning and LDRs obviously are not done in a vacuum. There are public meetings or workshops, whatever you want to call it, to, because you're setting the vision. I'm not setting the vision. The village is setting the vision for the future. So it's very important to hear from you all and the community in public meetings or Zoom meeting, however we handle it, to get a feel for where we need to go. I know the technical aspects of comprehensive planning. I've been doing it for 35 years, so I know that part of it, but every municipality is unique and we need to focus on your uniqueness and what your uniqueness is.
So the comprehensive plan that, let's say it's 2023 is when it's due, is that something that you have to go back and start from the ground up, or do we go through it and touch it up?
No, we give it a facelift.
Okay.
You have policies in there. You have good policies in there. But we want to change some, maybe reorganize, add things we need to add based on statute. So it's not a wholesale rewrite. We would modernize it.
Based on what statutes? You said based on
Chapter
statute.
One, well, the Florida statute, the law, Chapter 163 outlines the process
About how it,
and what you need to have in the comprehensive plan. There's bunches of stuff, that you're required to have in there. But then the village would outline the goals, objectives, and policies for each element. You have future land use, parks and recreation. You have transportation element. There are a number of elements that are required.
And what kind of money is this, Mario? I have no idea.
I would not want to hazard a guess right now until we review it a little further. It depends what you all look. We're very budget conscious. So I would have to, sit down and really look at it again and see where we need to change it. I'd like to modernize the look, period. So that's just one part of this whole puzzle, to modernize that, and then also as we're starting to discuss the LDRs.
So I can work with regards to a comp plan. I can work with Calvin Giordano to get a formal proposal of what that can look like, Commissioner Kennedy. For the land development, we're looking at a minimum $7,000 based on their memo, up to, if you include everything on there, even for visual and the landscaping, adding everything in there. I believe if it is late, so my math could be off. I believe it was like $28,000.
Right. No.
So again, it's not budgeted. We could essentially take it from reserve. We could say, hey, this is something that's very important, but we need to do this during the normal budget cycle so that it's in there and we know which process we're going to take with a priority. And I can tell you, hey, LDR is 27, comp plan would be XYZ. So that I found the money, it's in reserves. That's why I'm bringing it back to you for that discussion for theirs. I just don't know if tonight the commission's ready for a vote to authorize moving that.
So you're saying you have the money from reserve, and we're 5 months before till the end of this fiscal year. Do you have any idea, even a ballpark, how much money that's in the budget that we're not going to spend? Because there's lots of stuff in there that is not getting spent this fiscal year because of COVID and other things. So that money just rolls back into reserves. So let's say we take $10,000 out of reserves to do this. I'm making numbers up. There's all kinds of stuff all over the budget that just automatically rolls in at the end of the year.
No, I
fuels all of that.
Yeah, Commissioner, I understand. I'm not willing to give you a number. I am trying to push to move all the pre-approved budgeted items forward as quickly. And I know that you all stop by the village hall and have FaceTimes with me every single week. And there's days where you all think I might have a heart attack with as much stress as I have, because I am trying to push as much as a village and staff we possibly can. And I am leaning on our contractors like Calvin Giordano, putting out contracts for landscaping that we can rely so that we can focus on other things while they're tackling these types of issues. So how much of the budget will be unspent? I honestly don't have that number for you tonight. And I probably wouldn't feel comfortable until at least summertime to be able to.
Okay. But Paul has told you.
Okay, excuse me. We have 5 minutes to 11. Do we want to do a motion to extend the meeting?
I can't hear you, Dan.
Can I make a motion not to?
You're muted. You're muted, Dan.
I'll make a motion to extend the time.
Well, the meeting's got 5 minutes unless,
I'll make a motion to extend the, oh, you already made a motion, so we have to vote on that motion. Let's go fast, people, let's go. Someone second it? Motion dies. I make a motion to extend the meeting 20 minutes.
I second that.
we're gonna lose. Okay, I think
got a
we
second
might
on your
lose our
motion.
quorum.
You just got a motion. You have a motion on the floor, Ginny.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Commissioner Samaria? No.
No.
Commissioner Hammelberg? No.
It's very frustrating to try to get things done when people aren't willing to work. I'm
With
sorry.
all due respect, Commissioner Kennedy, if we don't have these long conversations, I mean, you have a lot to
With all
say.
due respect, Commissioner Samaria, you have to have conversations to get things done. And if
Guys,
everyone
can
would
we
show
stop
up prepared
arguing
to do it.
and let's just move forward here, please?
We have 4 minutes. The meeting's not going to continue. All right? We have 4
Commission-
minutes, so none of these things are getting done.
Commission, I do have a question then. Last month, we approved by a vote of 5-0 for the master plan for the recreation center around. Based on some of the conversation we had earlier tonight, I don't feel that I have clear direction from the commission tonight as to, are we moving forward with the proposal given to us by Calvin Giordano, or are we not? And I'm concerned that the sentiment is no after we voted last month 5-0 to move forward. And so I'm asking for direction and for clarity here, because tonight I have no idea what I'm doing with the item.
We already voted on that item to move forward with it. So how does that work? We had a commission meeting, we had a presentation, we had a vote. You were directed to do something, we do it. So now, does everyone want to change their mind? We start a meeting and this one says, I gotta get out here early, and this one doesn't want to stay and finish a meeting? People, we have a job to do in this village.
Sorry, I have a funeral to get to in the morning in Boston.
I'm
I
sorry you have a
stayed
funeral
there
to get to.
tonight
We can
for this
continue the meeting with the three of us here in Art at Home. But this is not the first time we've had commissioners come into a meeting and saying, I can't stay past 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, whatever. We
She
meet
has
once
a
month.
funeral to go to in
Jenny,
Boston.
We meet once a month. We meet once a month. We have an opportunity to get something done for
She
this
didn't know
village.
she was going to go to a funeral tomorrow
We
morning.
can continue the meeting without her. We meet once a month to get things done in this village. One time a month. I really wish people came with ideas and prepared to try to get things done.
This commission voted to have a time frame on what commissioners were going to talk. That's what we voted. And I think people tend to forget that. But let's continue with the meeting, Commissioner Kennedy, since you're taking it over.
Mario, what do you need from us?
As long as there's no consensus to change the direction, then I'm happy with moving forward. But based on the comments here tonight, it did not appear that that was the case. So I'm just asking for clarification as to, do I continue with Giano to move forward on that master plan, which all intents and purposes we're ready to move forward on, or not? And Ed, I know they voted. I don't know what the a procedure would be at this point, whether there's some type of reconsideration. I just feel confused right now, so I'm just trying to get that clarity.
It was my, let me talk. It was my motion last time and you all voted for it. It was 5-0. It wasn't really you were all very enthusiastic about it. Just tell me right now, if you guys don't want to do it,
If you're gonna let
I'll
me
make a
have
motion to cancel it.
If you let me have my conversation, I'll be able to give you my.
Commissioner Samaria, talk.
As far as you go forward with this one that we're talking about at this moment, I don't have a problem. The one with the rec center, I have a problem. Years ago, when I got onto this commission, we originally talked about doing just the driveway. That's what the $30,000, parking space. Now we're adding more and more stuff. $30,000 is not gonna get us nothing. Now, $30,000 might have gotten us the parking space, which is what you and Commissioner Kennedy, we discussed. And now we're adding more stuff on. I just don't think that we need to go. I don't want to, this part, I do want to go forward. But the other part with the rec center, I just think we're wasting $30,000.
I don't think you're answering what Mario is asking us. He's talking about the rec center.
Right, the rec center last month, you all voted 5-0 to move with a master plan.
Exactly.
So that we can understand what can or cannot be done. Not that we're spending $30,000 on it. The proposal was no more than 15. I think it was under that.
It was
but
under 15,000.
Based on our conversation tonight, I need clarity just on the master plan for the rec center. I think it is a good project. I think it's good for us to know which way we're going to be moving in the future and how we plan for these things. Because if we don't have a plan, then we're going to just throw out a number and hope that that's enough for a project, which it never is, and we're running into those problems now.
Mario, if we don't have a plan, we will get nothing done. That's what will happen. Nothing will get done. And a year from now, we'll be sitting here looking at a commission who took 0 steps forward on this.
I completely understand. I just, again, I'm confused at the moment.
Well, before we interrupted, I wasn't able to give my comments on how I was feeling about the renovation. I still haven't done my comments on that. I don't want to do it now because we're going to be here past the 20 minutes. But when we switched over to talk about the FDOT, I didn't get to give my comments on what I wanted to do.
Mario.
No idea what you're talking about, Dan.
Mario, when you say move forward, what is that? What exactly does move forward mean?
Based on the vote last month, we were going to, after today's meeting, Giano and I were going to move forward with the project, start putting what is necessary to then go to the public, ask for their feedback of what the area around the park would look like, what is needed, so that he can then put together the overall project and be able to say, okay, based on the feedback and everything that we've heard from the community, these are the sections of the project that you want. If you budget X amount of money, then you're able to build X, Y, Z.
I get it.
Years, and this is what it would look like, almost
And
like a capital improvement.
And what's the cost to move forward, Mario?
It is under $15,000, so less than about half of what is budgeted right now.
And then the last meeting when we talked about moving this forward, we didn't have that cost either, right?
Yes, we did. We voted on it with the cost. We voted a not to exceed, we voted a not to exceed amount, and it would come from the parking item that is in the rec center budget now. That was the whole point, is that we have $30,000 there. And we would spend, we already voted. Why this conversation's happening now, I'm a little baffled by. We voted a not to exceed amount for Mario to spend with Calvin Giordano, which is why these gentlemen are here talking to us now. And it came out of that line item in the budget. It's done.
Didn't Giuliani, wait, didn't it cost us already money for Giuliani to do this thing that he did tonight? That's what I was assuming, this $15,000 was going to be spent for him to come up with a game plan, which he did tonight.
You thought we spent $15,000 on that presentation tonight? Dan, did you think we spent $15,000 on that PowerPoint that they just walked through? That's what you just said.
We have two projects here we're talking about. This should have, two projects should have never been combined.
They weren't combined.
They're
They're just being discussed by the same person. Wow. It's really hard to get things done.
But listen, the reality is that, Mac is right. We did vote on that and we did to it. So I think at this point, we need to move forward. And that's just the way I feel at this point. I hate to do it prior to getting community involvement, but we did move it. So I'm ready to move forward with it because
we need the master plan anyway, correct, Mario? So are you gonna?
We would need plans to make improvements to the area.
Exactly.
Okay.
Even if it's.
Okay, can I make a motion then that we spend up to $7,000?
You don't need to make a motion. You can just kind of give somewhat of a consensus.
We already voted. We already voted on this. There's no motion to make.
Okay.
Go ahead.
City manager. This money that we're going to spend tonight is for what reason? What's the money going to do? What are we spending this $15,000 to do?
Oh my God, we're going to have this conversation again.
What's the next step?
The next step will be me and Calvin Giordano being able to engage the public, obtain information, and then be able to come back at a later date to the commission with a 30% design of what is being requested at the park. That will give us enough so that we can decide what it is and how we're going to actually provide the parking around the recreation center. Right now, the village does not have any plans or any type of documentation to say this is what we want on the rec center, whether it's just repaving of the parking and restriping or adding turf blocks. In the budget, it's called turf blocks. There's nothing in there that kind of gives direction or anything that's been laid out prior for us to be able to say, okay, these are the plans and this is what we're going to construct and this is what we're going to bid out so that someone constructs it.
So you have to get that anyway, Mario.
I'm sorry?
You have to get that anyway. If you just wanted to put in 5 parking spaces, you still have to do some of that because we have no plans. It's not like the drain project where you have plans you went out and spent money on. We're at 0 on this right now.
Okay. City manager, I'm in support of going forward with this plan, but I definitely want resident participation. If I would have been able to finish my comments, which I never got to do before we go together, you will understand what I was trying to say. So I'm forward with us spending the $15 to come through this plan since we voted on the last thing. That's all I want to go forward.
Thank you for the clarification.
But we wasted almost 2 hours just to do this.
Mario, in the future, let's not combine things on agendas because some people have a hard time kind of separating it. We saw residents confused.
That's
Clearly,
not
we have
necessary, Commissioner Kennedy.
It's very necessary.
Are
We just had a little
It's
cluster in
not
our hands.
necessary, your comments. Okay, Mario,
So we're moving forward with the rec center project as we voted last meeting 5-0.
To
And
come
you're
up
gonna-
with a plan, yes. Just to come up with a plan.
okay, we will,
That's all it ever was, Dan. That's all it ever was.
Right,
Now,
it's-
what about land development code?
okay, it's 4 in favor to continue, Mario. You don't need anything else from us, right?
4 in favor to continue with what?
To
Move forward
proceed,
with the master plan. No, I don't need anything from the commission. The
to
clarity.
proceed with getting a master plan.
Yep, I've got the direction.
Okay, now are we going to discuss the village code enforcement, Mario?
We didn't finish the other conversation.
I don't believe we have enough time, and I can bring that back at the next commission meeting.
Okay, then I'll entertain a motion to adjourn, or,
Jenny, we're in the middle of,
you want to do,
we never finished the land development code conversation.
we did.
We did not.
We did too. He's going to proceed with getting a master plan.
He's going to proceed, just what you wanted. So we got it.
So Commissioner, for the McMansion type of conversation, what I'll do is I'll refine everything with regard, with Calvin Giordano, bring back in June something for the commission to be able to vote as to whether they want to take the money out of reserves now or to put it as a line item in the next budget so that we can move forward with those plans, and that can be voted accordingly.
I understand what you're saying, but Ginny and Dan think we just decided to move forward with that.
Not the McMansions, only the park master plan.
Okay, so guys, we did not decide to move forward with that. You are confusing the two items again, still.
I am voting to.
Item, set it aside, it's done. The LDC conversation, we never finished. So, do we want to move forward with that? We know the cost. Mario, repeat the cost again, please.
Between 7 and 27,000 for the McMansion.
Okay, so that's what's on the table. Is we knew this last time too. We had these numbers last meeting. So it's very easy right now for me to make a motion to say, authorize Mario to spend no more than $27,000 from the general fund, from the reserve, to start moving this forward based on what we considered at the last meeting and what these gentlemen just came and presented to us again. So I'll make that motion. Ginny and Dan, you thought you just agreed to it.
Mac, I'm sorry, what was the motion, Mac? Say that again?
To authorize Mario to move forward with the plan that we saw at the last meeting, that these guys came back and represented to us.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Dan and Ginny, you just thought you approved it, so let's have a vote. Yeah. Yeah.
All those in favor of the motion?
Up to 27,000? I mean, okay, we're spending money for the rec, we're spending for the rec. What did he just talk about that there was not the McMansion? Was those 2 items that we just talked about, right? Okay, so we're spending money on $7,000 for the rec one, and then another $7,000 for.
No, sir. No, sir. The $15,000 is for the rec center master plan only.
That's out of the rec center budget.
And that's
in the rec center budget.
Correct.
I don't have a problem with that.
The motion is with regards to the land development code rewriting with regards to the McMansions. That would be up to $27,000 coming from the reserve fund. So it's a separate item, separate category.
And Paul Winklejohn said we have the money to do it.
And he recommended that we do it.
Well, he doesn't make recommendations. He said we have the money to do it. He said we're in good, Mario said, he said we're in good financial shape and we can afford to do it.
And city manager, you think that we need to spend that money?
If we want to be able to guide and update the land development code that was written in 1991, the biggest aspect of this project is as the homes get bigger and they get closer to the setbacks and the property lines, the neighbors start losing their privacy. And so you have someone on the second floor balcony looking at the pool next door because it could be so high. It could be a 30, 40 foot building. And we want to be able to kind of restrict that, but not in a way that you're, sorry, there's a lot of feedback, so I'm going to mute some here. So you want to be able to restrict that in a way that will allow for development to continue, because development increases the property value, but not in a way that you suddenly have almost zero lot lines because you're building out so much. There's a cost to that, and you need the planners to kind of go through this process and do it. We don't have in-house like many other cities do. So if we're going to use, it's not that we would use all, some of that is for visualization of what these properties would look like. You don't have to go to do a 3D model. You can do it as a rendering. So there's wiggle room to narrow that cost down. But the way that it's presented right now would be 27. And then the last aspect of it would be giving the village more control of the landscape and the canopy, which right now statute allows people to tear down a tree if they get a letter from a certified arborist saying they need to. There's no control. At least this way we can modify the code to say, if you're going to tear down a tree, you need to replant X, Y, Z, and you need to come through the village for those type of things.
Okay, so what this is just to come back with us with a plan, spend the 27,000 you say we have in the budget to spend the plan. This doesn't mean that we're going to vote on any ordinance or anything like that right now.
Not right now, no.
Okay, then
yeah, it's the process to get to.
Okay, then I have no problem with if we have it in the budget to spend the 27,000 for this plan. But that's it. I mean,
It's got to be with planning and zoning, has got to be included, not at the end, but through all the discussion of this.
That's a requirement, absolutely.
Okay, under those conditions, I'll support that.
To be
Planning
clear,
and zoning is part of
P&Z is a requirement and residents will be included as well. It's all transparent.
Again, please in the future do not combine two items because that's when I got confused. I was angry. I'm going to be honest with you. I was upset that I did not get to get my comments on the record for the rec center. So that's what this is confusing. So I'm for going forward with the planning. That's about it.
Okay, let's have a vote.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Passes 4-0.
Are we going to request items on next meeting's agenda? You'll do your code on next meeting's agenda. Anything else they want on the agenda?
Just one item that I wanted to talk about since Commissioner Kennedy, as I mentioned to city manager, that my intention was to bring up my driveway and my swale at the next commission meeting, and Commissioner Kennedy is bringing up the same thing. Is it possible that we can postpone some events? And how do we go about that since we can't discuss?
We will definitely make a note to have on the next agenda driveway. However, I would recommend that for the purpose of starting the conversation, as we have with the other items, that staff receive from the commission or from the commissioners what they want to discuss, what parameters they want to discuss, what changes they would want, so that we can have that discussion, give staff direction, and then staff can come back with whatever that direction they would have. So
I originally had this as an item in the last commission,
Right, and I know,
hoping to move it on to the next commission.
I know we had a lot of, in the past, previous commission and residents have worked on driveways, and there's a lot of written history on there already. So I'm sure we can bring that up for discussion.
May I make a request on that, please, Mario?
Yes, sir.
So if you're going to put it on the agenda, you're saying you'll put it on the agenda?
No, I made a note that you had mentioned it in your.
Then I'll put it on the agenda.
agenda.
Okay, so if you could, let me know if you could do these two things. One, have someone send out to all the commissioners a link to the current driveway ordinance and copies of what had been considered before by the previous commission. So we're all looking at the same thing.
And also, if I can make another suggestion.
I'm sorry, let me finish. And then the second thing, Mario, would be, could we ask P and Z between now and the June agenda to put it on their agenda to discuss it so they can submit their recommendations as well?
Yes, we could. And the only question is, what exactly would they be talking? Just general discussion about driveways, or is there something specific that you want them to discuss and vote on?
Ask them what their recommendations are to amending our current driveway code. Driveway, rights of way, development, it's all of one conversation. So, I mean, do you guys think that makes sense?
Yeah, but I also, with a suggestion, I wanted to find out if possible, since at the last commission before you came on, Commissioner Kennedy, there's already what we discussed. Is it possible to send that to Commissioner Kennedy to where you have exactly what I was trying to accomplish? And then maybe we can work together on this and we can solve this problem.
We can't work on something outside the meeting.
Outside of the commission meeting, yes.
No, it's not, yes, but you can just send it to.
It'll be on the agenda. It doesn't matter if two commissioners are putting it on. It's okay.
So we both put it on the agenda and then we agree to
I'll
combine
throw
them
the
at the
two of
time.
you off and I'll put it on the agenda. Is that okay?
Well, I think what we do then is, Jenny, you just ask us to combine them as one item that night and we go.
Right, but we should have what the old
The current
was,
code
and
the
then what
old-
they revised, and then that got killed. So we should have it.
I think there are two of them out there. I think there are two sets of plans, the revisions they worked on. There might be more. Okay, so I just want us all to have the same information before we arrive.
Right, the old and the new and what died.
And P and Z's recommendations.
Okay, is there anything else that we want to put on the agenda? We don't have to do it tonight. The next regular commission meeting will be June 1st.
I just want to remind all the commission of the next variance hearings meeting on May 18th. Not this next Tuesday, the other one.
Right.
The 18th of.
Yeah, I'll be sending the agenda by tomorrow or.
Okay.
We have two separate hearings that night, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Two variance applications on the same day.
Are we going to do them on the same night?
Yeah.
Yes.
Two, okay.
Can make a motion to adjourn?
A what? I'm sorry.
Second.
Make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second it. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Good night, everybody. Have a pleasant evening.
Good night. Thank you.
Good night, everybody.
Thank you very much.